Yeah. Are you moving? No. Well, what if I was to tell you that some people say that right now you're moving at 1.5 million miles an hour? What would you say? They look at you like, what? Huh?
Yeah, it's like what you just said. The normies, the normal people, they don't know these things. They don't know these numbers. They've never even heard. They don't even know what a light year is or the distance
Exactly.
of it all. They just don't. It's something that is not taught. And, if it was, then there would be a whole lot of people wondering about the ridiculousness of this whole model, this whole design that they're trying to push on everybody. But, just all part of the indoctrination. Make sure you dumb everybody down.
Well,
so they can't have these questions or whatever.
I kind of
this model relies on ignorance.
I kind of disagree. If you teach a young child something, they don't have any concept of you like lying to them, really. So like if there's a kid under 7 years old, you can tell them all kinds of dumb shit, and just because you're an adult, they'll just be like, oh yeah, like he's right, he was telling me the truth. So like for older people, yeah, like telling them this absurd shit maybe would get them to scratch their head, but for little kids, I think it's like almost criminal in a sense to just be lying to little kids all the time.
No, it is. It is criminal.
Well, you know what
you mean our education system?
Yes. You know what the Lord says about all that, right? He says you'd be better off with a millstone tied around your neck and thrown into the ocean than to lie to a kid.
Yeah.
I mean,
pretty intense.
Yeah. If anybody doesn't know what a millstone is, they're like 12 feet tall stones with holes drilled in them, and they used to hang them off the side of it. Looks like the ark, like the Noah's Ark, to keep it stable in the ocean. I think the Noah's Ark had something like 14 of them supposedly hanging on, 7 on each side or something like that. Huge stones. I mean, they're massive stones. And you tie that around your neck and toss you in the ocean. Be better off do that than to lie to a kid. So keep that in mind.
Yeah, that's why my child is not going to public schools.
Bro, before our children are really ready for curriculum like that, I'm going to have a full curriculum for them, bro. And people can pick and choose what they want, right? So, like, say someone believes in the scriptures, like, there will be aspects that implement that. So what you do is you go to the site, and it has everything fully itinerized and organized, free, and you just download and pick and choose what you want to teach them. And there'll be an app, so you can do it on an iPad or something if you want. Or if you don't want to put screens in front of them too early, you print off the documents. We're not going to do textbooks because we looked into it. I actually looked into it with an investor, and it's like crazy expensive to really mass print textbooks. But especially when you want to give the freedom to the parents to pick and choose. So anyway, there'll be like a category like science, math, all these different categories, gardening, health, right? So plants or whatever. And then you can just pick and choose what you want to teach them. And then you kind of organize with local truthers so that they can get their social aspects in. And everyone goes and meets at the park and or at the botanical garden and learns about, plants that day or whatever. So hopefully that's done in the next couple of years.
So like,
let me know, man. Keep us abreast.
They had this whole Spartan city or whatever that literally only made money by fucking going to battle and slaughtering other people and being professional soldiers. And even they didn't put their fucking children in public school till around 7 years old. So like, what is so extreme in our fucking society, more extreme than the Spartans, who are in an endless war, just constantly at war? Why do we need to be putting our kids in fucking preschool and daycare at like 2 years old, 1 years old, when Spartans didn't even go to public school till 7 years old? Is my question. Why can't we just have kids till 7 years old with their family and not with an indoctrination camp, given that, a country in a constant state of war could have done that?
Oh, no, I mean, they're trying to get kids like freaking at like 1 or 2 nowadays. It's absolutely insane.
And then teaching them the most absurd garbage you'd ever want to even imagine. I mean, I'm just, no.
Well, now literally, the younger a kid is that they can remember the planets, like the smarter they're considered. Right? So it's like one of the first things that they're taught is like the solar system.
Right.
It's almost like they're trying to get him ready for like preschool, right?
It's
Yeah,
who
I
is
can't even like
has the
buy
best
Leah.
memory that.
God, sorry.
It's called pre-indoctrination.
No, just gonna say it's the kids that have the best memory succeed. It's not the smartest kids. The way our system is, it's who can memorize the answers. That's who succeeds. It doesn't necessarily mean they're the smartest one. It just means that they have maybe the best memory.
Are they
Yeah,
answers really answers though? Are they truly real answers that they're memorizing?
Yeah, they're
It's
just
not just the
memorizing
true answer. It's the right answer.
Why do you need to know the name of like 9 fucking Roman gods to be considered the smartest person? Is my question.
Yeah, because like, dude,
Right.
I go try to buy Leah stuff, and literally half of it is the solar system. 25% of it is dinosaurs. The rest of it's like unicorns. It's like, dude, get off of me, dude. It's legitimately annoying, dude.
How old's your kid now? What's it?
A little over 8 months.
Low rate months? Right on.
Yeah.
Any words yet?
Yeah, she says, hey. She like kind of tries to say I love you, and she says dada a lot.
Right on. It's got to be fun. It's got to be a blast.
Yeah, it's very cool. Yeah, I gotta make this call.
It's been a lot of years since I had a kid. My kid's 37 years old. It's the only son I have, and yeah, I wish I had some grandkids.
Is there anything that a kid is going to learn from the age of 1 to 7 that needs to be taught in a public school?
Yep.
Oh,
Conditioning.
there's a lot you can teach a kid between 1 and 7 that they probably should know. There's a lot of truth that you could teach a kid. A lot of skills you could teach a kid at that young age. Teach them how to write. You could teach them how to build. You could teach them all kinds of stuff that would be valuable to their life. You wouldn't have to teach them stuff that they teach them in school. You could teach a kid during those years a lot of hands-on skills. Really could.
Isn't it crazy how they don't teach actual problem solving anymore? They teach like some messed up like mental problem solving, not actually physical like reality problem solving.
That's ridiculous.
Like, dude, oh, here's one for you guys. Because I don't know if this is spread everywhere, but there's a big gap between me and my 2 little twin brothers, right? There's an 11-year gap. So when they were going through high school, I found out that there was a class called critical thinking. Okay? Like a whole class called critical thinking. Dude, that did not register to me because when I was in school, and I'm only 38, right? So like I remember when they taught us how to solve any problem, one of the steps was to think about it critically. So they took that part of solving a problem and made a whole fucking class for it. Like, instead of actually just like working on solving problems, they just took a piece of it and was like, here, we're gonna a whole critical thinking class that had nothing to do with actually critical thinking. It was thinking the way they wanted you to. That was their form of critical thinking. If you followed their shit, you were in.
Yeah, it's exactly. Critical thinking went out the window, and it's the correct answer. Not the right answer, the correct answer according to them. A, B, C, or D. You notice you're not allowed to write your answer in. You got to choose one of their answers. That's how they do it.
Yeah, I ran into that all the time in school, actually, where they would give like options for answers. Like, is it A, B, or C? And I'm like, well, it's really not any of those. In my mind,
Exactly.
it's not any of them. But like, you can't write that
Exactly.
on your fucking test, right? Like, that's not gonna fly with the teacher, dude. Like,
That's indoctrination.
Hey, God Rock, and you got your open microphone there.
I'm sorry. I had to tell my blind neighbor he had a package.
So that's a nice compliment.
And part of that is conditioning a person to believe that there's always somebody that has an answer. And it's usually somebody with a white coat.
Answers are like assholes. Everyone has one.
Yeah.
Then the guys in the white coats are getting them from this book things with the pages.
Yeah, the book is very important. Yeah.
The white coat. When you say that, all I can think of is since I've been in this truth or whatever you want to call it forum, every time you say white coat, it just all it does is make me think of a completely indoctrinated moron. I'm sorry.
Well, basically, that's what it is. It's indoctrination from young to believe there's the authority, the person at the front of the desk, right? Be it at work, it translates to work, it translates to religion. There's always one person with the book that has the answers, right? That's it. That's indoctrination.
Can you imagine if they somehow were to let the entire population know that 80% of everything they learned was nothing more than indoctrination and basically probably not true to begin with? I mean, everybody spends all this money on go to college. I mean, hundreds of, a lot of thousands of dollars. Talked to a doctor, nurse practitioner the other day, and I asked her if she was going to go and become a doctor, and she says, "Hell no, that's another $250,000, and it only doubles my pay." She says, "I'm done. I'm good where I'm at. Another $250,000." She said, "No, I'm done." That's just expensive. I just can hardly imagine. It's gotten worse.
Imagine paying to get indoctrinated.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. You can't make this stuff up.
It's wonderful.
Well, that's prohibitive. That's a prohibitive amount. $250,000 to get another rung on what you essentially already do is kind of insulting, and it's just a way to kind of keep the caste system of the medical industry kind of apart.
Dude, we don't even need a fucking medical industry. All of them could get fired, and we could have a whole different system. So there's really saying, oh, this cast or that cast, and squibbling over. It's like squibbling between two fucking factions that are both wrong.
Yeah, well, whatever. I mean, just thinking about people's welfare, I guess. Yeah, employment or whatever.
And that's what it's all about.
If I could,
it's all about. The medical industry is about employing nurses. It's not about actually healing people.
Right, but don't you drive? You drive heavy equipment, right? Do you drive heavy equipment or just tractors?
That is the hilarious question.
I thought you did. I'm sorry if it's a terrible question. It's not.
I mean, I know how to, but that's not my like job. That's not
okay.
what I do.
I don't know. All right. But the point being is like,
I grew up in construction, so my grandfather was a developer. And so I started driving Caterpillars, road graders, all that stuff at like, I drove the dump truck to the dump at 12 years old on the road. Let me drive the dump truck. So I learned how to drive
right.
all that stuff.
All I meant to say was just, I mean, it's for training or certification. And if we were to like, sort of like make a parallel between that and the medical field, it's like, well, I don't know, you can drive one class of vehicle, but to drive another one is going to cost you $250,000 to get certified. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? It seems kind of crazy.
It didn't cost me a dime. My grandpa just threw me on the machine and said, here you go. Learn how to drive the son of a bitch.
Yeah, you're old school, bro.
Yeah, right.
And so is your grandpa, I guess, too. That's awesome.
Yeah, he was a great man. He was just the most wonderful guy. Taught me how to finish concrete at the age of 12 as well. Poured the driveway, threw the knee boards out there. He says, here, get out there and finish this off. I know how to do that, Grandpa. He says, I'm going to teach you as you go. So I got out there and floated it off and said, okay, here's a steel trowel. Do this one. So I did it. He broomed it and we went home. I was a concrete finisher from that moment on, trust me, in my mind anyway.
Certification when it comes to fucking heavy equipment shit is essentially just garbage. It's just for the safeties to look at and feel good and report it to the whatever company or whatever. There's a guy in the yard over from us that has like, man, he's got all kinds of huge fucking shit, man. And that guy doesn't even have a driver's license. And even when I was doing diving, dude, the guy who hired me didn't have a fucking license to dive. I never got any diving certification. Just learned how we did it. And even for me, bro, I didn't get any license to drive trucks. I just fucking drive them when we have to. Or if you have to move equipment, certification is fucking garbage, dude. That's just a like a trap, like a governmental trap to make you feel like you need.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like in the medical field, for like a nurse practitioner to have to like go through some, because they're in many ways like equivalent to what a doctor's already doing. I mean, they're not like a brain surgeon or anything like that, but yeah, right. So all I'm saying is, it's just like it's a barrier to employment, basically trying to keep people in certain areas, or whatever. That's all, man. And you don't need to. I mean, I guess if you know how to, operate a vehicle, you know how to operate a vehicle. Shit, I fucked up the topic, huh? What am I doing? I'm gonna leave.
Yeah, it's probably my fault. Sorry.
No.
What is the topic anyway?
I don't know.
Do we even have one at this point?
Yep.
My topic is how most normal people, average everyday people, like a good portion of them are actually just criminals who have some sort of slick justification for why they should be taking this money and stealing it from the rest of us. That's my consistent topic every time from now on.
Hey, Noah. Are you the same Noah that was on here talking about the Maui stuff the other day?
Maybe. I mean, there's a good chance. I don't really know of any other Noahs here.
Well, because he said something about there's a ton of videos of the blockade, right? You just gotta find them, like especially on like BitChute.
Oh, you talking about the police?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't really a blockade, more than just like two cop cars and cops standing with their fat gut out with their stupid pedophile mustache telling people to turn around and go back into burning flames.
Well, no, it was just interesting because you said there was like a ton of videos though, and so when I was
They're not.
so there's like a ton of videos, but they're the same like it's like 2 or 3 videos repeated like over and over and over with different channels. Like they were so lazy, dude, that they didn't even create their own thumbnails, bro. Like they copied the thumbnails. So I was just curious if you have any other videos of the blockade that you found. If you could do me a favor and shoot them over my way, because like there's the one video of the kid Noah, right, and his little brother that was in the water with their mom and everything. But I really don't trust that kid anyway with his whole story because it almost looked like he couldn't even keep a straight face while he was telling the story. There was a bunch of times where it looked like he was smirking. And then all the other stuff is from that weird real estate dude. What's his name? Eric West, I think was his name. And I got a problem with what's going on with that guy because there was a lady that came out and was like, "Hey, this guy's taking like pictures of my kids and stuff and of us around here, like talking about how like poor we are and destitute we are and everything." And she's like, "That's not right. Like that's not what's going on right here." And then she named him like full name Eric West with Keller Realty, right? And it's funny because then like he almost got fired or whatever from Keller Realty because of that, I guess is what he was saying. Because he like got on one night with like a stream and was like practically in fucking tears or whatever, right? But then like a day later he's like, "Oh no, I think everything's okay." Turns out I got in contact with the lady and it's a different Eric West, and I'm thinking like, no, dude, it's not a different fucking Eric West. Like, there's a different Eric West
What the
that
fuck?
works in Maui for Keller Realty. Yeah, sure, I fucking believe that. You know, like so. There's some
This guy. Do you have the video of this guy or a fucking
dude. He's that luxury real estate dude that's been walking around talking to everybody. The one that has
I
been
don't know what you're talking about, but
He's like all the videos that you see, all the dumb truther channels like sharing all the time is his shit. He was the only one that was allowed in there with a camera. I guess he got like a pass when everybody else is like that drone footage guy got arrested like the next day, and like some other guy like snuck in and got arrested, and they were like all like bad mouthing him on the news, like, "Oh, this guy's got a history of like alcoholism or something." Like you could tell that like clearly whatever he saw, like they were already trying to make him look bad, and he was like in jail already from like for like trespassing the day, like the night after, like midnight he got caught like sneaking in or whatever. But yeah, Eric West, this guy's the only one that's allowed in, that's allowed access when like everybody else is blocked. Like, and then the blockade, like that one guy, that kid that was talking with his little brother, like they just talked about the blockade. They didn't actually show any footage of it, right, Josh?
no, there's the videos of people fucking like pulling up to the fucking blockade. I don't know if they're the two little kids. They're definitely not a realtor. And there's other videos too
no.
of them.
So the realtor wasn't with the blockade, but like he's
Wait,
part
what's
of
the?
this afterwards.
Oh, so he's like a realtor turned journalist,
Yeah.
I guess. The story behind.
Pretty much, bro. Pretty much, you nailed it on the head right there, man. Like,
Yeah, he
That's-
interviewed Fish. Do you remember the first guy, Fish? That was like Fish was the first guy. He had like this weird hat on, who said that there was a blockade. Nobody else had said anything like that until that guy Fish said so, and he said, "Yeah, it was just one guy. There was no cars. It was just one guy standing there, and and then he just kept walking because he was going home or whatever, and then like." I don't know. Basically, that's the only thing that we heard for the longest time was just that guy's story saying that there was one, and there was no footage, no like nothing. There was footage. The one footage that I did see, it was clearly from like the next day. It wasn't stormy or cloudy or smoky or anything out. So that was a different blockade from like after the fact that somebody was like pushing around as like, like, "Oh, look, blockade," and it was like, like blue skies, and I'm like, okay, that doesn't even look like it was on the same day, but whatever. So I don't know. I mean, that's why, like, from when that first, like, 2-3 weeks ago, when that fish guy first got interviewed, like, when I heard that, I was like searching at that point, like, oh, there's got to be footage. If there's 30 something people that were, there was, I don't remember if it was that real estate guy, or there was like a lot of real estate guys coming out, and apparently this guy was getting death threats, like, or not him, but his people that he works with were getting death threats, and like, I'm wondering if maybe they were getting death threats because they're like associated with these like rich people that are trying to come in and buy shit up or something. I don't know. It's just the whole thing was really weird and
Yeah,
suspect.
they were luxury real estate agents. Like that's in their profiles and stuff as well.
But that was all the stuff that's been being pushed around is from his channel. Most people don't realize that, like, that footage of like the two cars in the middle of the field with all the grass and stuff, like, that just burned up like out of nowhere, like, not by any structures or anything, like, that was his footage. Like, he went and showed like a cat in the front that looked like a wig, that like apparently did, like, the hair on the cat doesn't burn, but like everything melted on the car except for the front tires didn't melt, like only the back tires. It looks like honestly something was planted in the trunk, because the way that the trunk looks all like blown out and the glass right there. And I don't know, I know this is like a totally, you know, like a topic that probably most people haven't like really like looked into that much. Like, it seems like most people only look at it like surface level, like what's been going around the, the conspiracy cycles, and it's just kind of like the same like shit. And when you bring up these other things, like, nobody knows what we're talking about. It's so bizarre, because I don't know, dude, back in the day when we used to go in on topics like this, like, we all would be going in together on different stuff and be like, oh yeah, I remember that guy and I remember this, and like, I don't know, dude, every time we've talked about it, it seems like nobody knows what the fuck we're talking about, and it's kind of crazy, because I guess things have just changed and people don't really look into shit for themselves anymore. It's kind of shitty, but whatever, at least me and Josh can powwow about it. But yeah, if anybody has any actual footage of the blockade that isn't like clearly not during that day, like, send it our way, because we've been looking. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Eric West was even the guy that found the blue shirts in the building. I don't know if that was him or another guy, or if that was the other real
That
estate
was
guy,
him.
or
That was him. That was him the day that he got his pass, and he was like, "Oh, my buddy got us this pass so we could come in here, because like nobody's allowed in there." And it was like a couple days after it happened. They were on motorbikes, him and his son and like some dude. And yeah.
oh yeah, that's another thing. Is that like so the donations that they gave were all funneled to his son. So now his son's got like over $1 million in his bank account, is what Eric was saying. To avoid taxes in a smart way.
Yeah. Yeah, and then he said he gave a $50,000 check to the unofficial mayor of Maui, and then like took all this video down. Like, basically, I was like, yeah, he didn't want to be on video for some reason when I gave him the check. Like, everything was just so shady sounding. It was like one thing after another of like oh yeah, this money was raised for the families, so why not just give it to the families? Like, why are you giving it to random dudes that are like already probably well off?
You know what's fucking weird was like the day after, no, not the day after, but maybe 2 or 3 days after the fire happened. I live in Oahu, so like Maui, Lanai, Molokai, and Ko'olave, their 4 islands are essentially connected. Like, there's just reefs in between them. There's not really deep ocean. And then right past those 4 islands is my island, Oahu, that I live on. I was fucking doing, I don't know, I forget what I was doing. I was going somewhere and I wanted to get some food or something, so I was getting some food. And I'm driving by, and they had like, honestly, like, I don't know what kind of speakers. They're just huge fucking like concert level speakers in this place called Kahala, which is like a residential / area with malls and shit, like mall and like residential area, like kind of wealthy people, and just fucking like cheerleaders and girls out dancing, and had this fat boombox, and then it said like, yeah, give money to Maui. And I was just like, I don't know, bro, it was pissing me off, because it's like, dude, is this the time to be having this fucking
Party?
1,000 girls fucking in like I don't even know where they got these like uniforms and shit from, or these girls from. Like, and they were just having like essentially like a fucking impromptu street festival. Like, and I was just trying to fucking mind my piece and get my shit. I was just pissing me off, but I remember that.
Yeah.
But I've seen other videos of people with their like they're in the car and shit, and then they have to turn around and there's smoke all around the cars and shit. So like,
Yeah,
So, dude, if you can do me a favor and find,
I
like,
don't
send
know.
me a link.
Yeah, dude, I'm on my phone. I'm actually about to leave Discord, but when I get to my laptop, which is where I do like my video watching, I guess. Let me add you. Let me add you as a friend real quick. Here, I got you.
another
Uber.
thing,
I'm gonna add you as
another
a friend for Flat Earth. But yeah, I'm gonna go on
All
mute.
right, cool.
one more thing I forgot to mention before too was that they said there was one lady that said there was flames coming out from under the ground. And then when we looked at this footage from a different real estate guy, guru gone fucking like now investigator, where his house apparently was in a neighborhood that didn't get burned, where he said that all of it was like a newer neighborhood and all of the electrical was underground there, and they didn't, so there was no like pole, you know, like lines above ground anywhere. So basically, like when he was showing us his footage of what looked like a little kid's, it was like a light blue color too. So of course I was like, oh, it's blue, it's survived. Some kid's like Jeep fucking survived, like a little kid's like toy, like whatever the hell it's called, those Power Wheels or whatever. One of those was like chilling there, and I'm like, what? The Power Wheels survived, but like metal's melted like 5 feet over. Like what the fuck? Like, but when he scanned down at the ground, like you could see the like a box on the ground, like a concrete like covered like manhole sort of thing, and there was looked like flames had come out the outside of that, like it was like black all the way around that. So like it kind of went with that woman's story that like flames were coming up from underground, like if it was in those neighborhoods, because like half of his neighborhood got burned up and half of it didn't. Like it was weird. Like, but if there was like flames coming out and if they didn't turn the electrical off, like they were saying, like who knows? I don't know. That was just an interesting thing that when I was going back through looking at videos and shit, I was like, oh yeah, I forgot about this lady who said that like early on there was flames coming out from under the ground, and I don't know, fucking bizarre shit, man.
Well, no. Also, that one guy at the very beginning that was talking about, like, was it golf ball size, like, chunks of,
Yeah,
like, cinders
he
flying
said
at
he
him?
was. Yeah, he said he was getting like pummeled with fucking like a baseball player was thrown, which is like 100 mile an hour like pitches. Like if you're really comparing it to baseball, like he should have bruises and burns all over him. He said there was like charcoal, like the size of baseballs or something, or charcoal chunks that were like being thrown like baseballs or whatever. And he said that he was getting hit with them left and right, and he had to hide in like that Bubba Gump's guy place or whatever. And then but when you looked at him, like there was not a mark on him, and I don't know, he kind of seemed like a little bit, reminded me of like a cleaner cut like homeless person, like an old school homeless person, like not like
Wait,
a.
I forgot that he said he hid in the Bubba Gump thing because the Bubba Gump building burned down.
Yeah, he said that before Bubba Gump burned down, he went into there, took cover, and then Bubba Gump started on fire, and so he had to leave there. So basically, he was having to go into these fire nados like multiple times, is what he said. So you'd think like, and this was like a day after when he was in the shelter doing this interview. So like, he should have some wounds somewhere. Also, the other weird thing about what's that guy, Fish, is he looked super happy and cool in his first interview, and then the second interview he did with the same dude, the realtor guy, he like had this gash under his left eye, like a huge gash that was not there like days earlier. So clearly it didn't happen from the fire, because he'd gotten his first interview was already after the fire, so it should have been there. But he looks like his demeanor's totally off. Like he looks like he had just been beat up and like was, I don't know, he looked really guilty when he took the money, because he gave him like $1,000 cash and was like, here, I want to give this to you. And he was just like, he looked really super like he reminded me of like the astronauts when they talked about coming back from the moon and shit, and they look and their demeanor was all like real, like looking down and looking really, like they
Like how
were
an abused dog takes a treat from an abusive owner or something. Like they're not quite sure, or like
yeah, exactly. It was really weird. And then so then there was that interview and he was looking all weird and looking down. And then on the third interview he did, his eyes were closed through like most of the interview. Like his literally he's talking with his freaking eyes closed. Like and I mean, just when you compare it from like his first interview where he's like bright eyed and bushy tailed and like, yeah, man, I was just walking by and freaking and then like his third interview, his eyes are just like closed and it was so weird. Like they must, I don't know, something. And the fact that it was his left eye too, and he had this big old gash under it, I'm like, what did they do to this guy? And then they're like recording it. Like, like what is happening? Very strange. A lot of really strange shit. But yeah, sorry, I heard you talking, Josh, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna jump in. There was a few things I forgot to mention last time we were talking about it. But yeah, I don't know. Sucks. Sucks to be there. I'm not saying that like shit didn't burn and stuff didn't happen, but like there's definitely some crisis actors, and there's definitely some stories that aren't making sense. There's definitely like a bunch of shit that's not adding up. So I don't know. We should
yeah, there
question
was
all the things.
so one of the other videos I found, Noah, was some lady that she didn't take any video, no pictures, no nothing, but had a really cool story about having to wind through the streets and what streets were blocked off and where cops were and everything. But like through all of this madness, her and the other people in her car, like nobody in the car decided to like film anything. Dude, we live in 2023 where everybody has a fucking camera in their hands, man. Like
Yeah,
everybody's filming everything already, dude. Like half the time,
yeah.
women can't even go to the bathroom without coming back with fucking 4 selfies, bro.
That's true. And then I was thinking too that there was that other real estate guy who said that his oh no, was he a real estate? No, he's a lawyer. And he said he lived up on the mountain, he was off grid, so his property wasn't affected, which is another thing I want to look into to see if all these places that didn't burn were off grid, because that would make sense if like they left the grid on, and like a lot of places have smart meters, and that could have been like something coupled with the millimeter wave stuff, who knows. But anyways, um he said that his brother got caught with 33 other people, of course had to be 33, trying to escape one of the blockades. Like yet again, another person telling a story about the blockade but not actually showing, like out of those 33 people not one person got a fucking recording of the blockade. Like come on, like I don't know, I'm just not buying it. Like I don't know why. I just like just show me a picture, show me a fucking video, something. Like I've seen those videos of the people that are where there's flames on either side of the car. Like I know what's his name was talking about. Was it Noah? Sorry, I'm really bad with names. Um, when he said that like people were in the cars and there was like flames on either side or whatever. And even that, like, would that be really hard to do with like CGI and shit? Like, I mean, we have to like weigh all of the options. Like, could that have been like blue screen background? Could that have been, I don't know. I'm just saying. But I still didn't see a blockade in that picture. I just saw like, cars in front. Like obviously they were
No, there
stopped.
wasn't a blockade, but there was a cop that was directing traffic that they went through. I remember that in the video with the Noah kid and his mom. Like,
Oh, okay. Okay.
but the cop was just directing traffic. He wasn't
He wasn't
like you could see him
stopping.
in the video. Yeah, you could see him in the video, like stopping cars, letting other cars go, and then letting other cars go the other way. Like
Yeah. Well, and then there was that story of those people that were the first family to get interviewed. They weren't even from there. They were like just
oh,
talking
the
about
tourists.
how, yeah, they were talking about how traumatic it was and how they wish that they could have like their family, like, I wish I could just erase that from their memory. We were driving through Lahaina as it was burning and there were people screaming and I just wish I could erase that from their memory. I'm like, what the fuck? You didn't just stop and help them? Like, you guys have a shuttle? You got so there's a fire happening and people aren't allowed to leave, but a shuttle was able to drive through Lahaina to get to the airport. Like, That's what the guy said on the national news. Like, he literally said that they had to go through, like, in order to get to the airport, they had to drive through Lahaina, and they could hear people screaming, and nobody fucking stopped, and it wasn't recorded. Like, they did have one little clip of a video that they showed, and it just looked like a fire really far away, and like not like those other videos where there was like fire right next to people, you know what I mean? Like, it was like probably a football field away or something. And but there was no, like, you couldn't hear anybody screaming, like he said. You couldn't hear anything, like, none of what he claimed, like, actually, like, did you get on video, you know? Like that one woman had a bunch of video, and like the one that said that she was in what was it? She took her boat and went out looking for people, and like didn't find anybody, and was going until 4 a.m. up and down and couldn't find anybody. And then she felt all bad because afterwards she heard there was like a bunch of people in the water, and she was like, I don't know where they were because I didn't see anybody. So, like, you know, it's just a lot of stories that aren't matching up with other stories that, you know, like some people said there was a bunch of bodies in the cars, and other people said it was like no bodies, it was just ash. And then you gotta like look into, you know, if you've looked into Auschwitz or any of that, like, you know that it takes a long time for a body to actually burn to the point where it's dust. So, and then some of the bodies they got fingerprints off of, apparently, but then they lied about like who it was in the car. Like, you know, I don't know. There's so much with this that's like fishy. And there's a guy Fish. His name is fucking Fish, and his whole thing was fishy as shit. Like the gouge under his eye randomly, and like all this, you know, the money, like $1 million that, like, you know, now he's dispersing like to like, you know, originally he said that he was giving the money directly to the families. Now all of a sudden he's giving huge checks to like organizations and like some random dude that, you know, didn't want to be filmed, and you know, some church that, you know, definitely doesn't look like it's like they're like all white people. I'm like, where's like the local natives you keep talking about in your videos that you're gonna give all this money to? And like it seems like every other scammy fucking bullshit story, you know? Um I don't
I'm
remember what
trying to
else.
find his video where he was all sad talking about like what.
There was another random white dude that, so it was like all these white people, right? Like all these people that don't, like, clearly don't look like they're from there, right? And that's who all the like news people are interviewing too. And like one of the guys said, drop the 33 again, and his, like, I don't remember what he said, if it was like 33 people or 33, like, I don't know. I kept hearing that number. I need to go back and like get clips of all the 33s and like put it together in like a little short or something, so people can see like that it's within all of these psyops. They still, I mean, that's how we know it's a psyop. They let us know, like, through their gay numbers and nonsense and lies and stories that don't add up to other stories. And oh yeah, oh, that was the guy that him and his wife were like, oh, this is us, like, right after we made it, like, out or whatever. And they were like, they looked like they were freaking partying. It looked like party pictures, like, straight up, like, they had drinks. They were like, yeah, like, smiling. I'm like, dude, if you just like escaped freaking death and you know all these people are dying, like, would you really be like, I mean, I guess since you escaped, you'd be happy, but I feel like you'd more be in shock and be like, realistically, you'd probably be like really sad because you just saw a bunch of people dying. Like, I don't know, it just seems like very, like, just bizarre, like a really bizarre way to act right after like you saw some crazy fucked up shit, you know, like you're like, yeah, shots, woohoo. They're like all like it was like on
Well, it's
the
hard to tell nowadays, right? I mean, people will watch someone get stabbed and like bleeding out, and they'll like take selfies and go live or something.
yeah, I
His
don't know.
video where he was talking about getting fired from Keller Williams is gone now.
Oh, I know, I told you it was gone. I got recording of like half of it. But I think I told you, like, literally hours after that, I was like, dude, he scrubbed that video, and then he put out another video trying to like explain like why he can't, like why he deleted that video or whatever.
Well, like, so not even just that video though. Like, I feel as I'm looking through his
That
playlist
he
and stuff,
deleted a bunch of shit.
he's deleted a few things. It looks like.
Dude,
But like, I'm trying to
dude,
understand. Are you suggesting that the fire didn't happen? Like, are you
I
No.
like, for
no
example, like,
no. We literally just said like every time I talk about this, I was like, I'm not saying, I always say it like multiple times. I'm not saying we're obviously a fire happened. Not saying it didn't happen, but there are like staged, like just like okay, so wait, I was just gonna bring up something about East Palestine, and this reminds me of that, how like all these experts came out of nowhere to like take tests of the water and flew in from all over, like I'm doing tests, and they recorded themselves getting tests, and then a month, like not even a month, like a couple weeks later, try to go follow up with their videos, their accounts are gone, they're not, they've just straight up disappeared. Like, so where's the test results? Like nobody
Feels like
followed up on shit.
it feels almost as if they were just there just to pacify everybody until they forgot till the next event.
Yeah.
well,
And
to be
there's
fair, that's a different thing, right? So I've for one, a lot of white people do in fact live in Hawaii now, right? And
I'm not saying people don't live
I've
there.
seen like Hawaiian looking people talking about, like the water was cut off, that they were not allowed to leave, that like their family wasn't allowed to leave, etc.
Well, and I'm not claiming that just because you're Hawaiian, you couldn't possibly be bribed, or like that you couldn't possibly lie, or like whatever. I'm just saying it's funny how like the first family that they showed on national TV that they interviewed, like admittedly was there on vacation, and like it wasn't like you know what I mean. Like they didn't even like, they're like, oh, we're so glad to get home to our house, and I'm like, cool. So you interview the one family there that's not, that has a house to go to, like, okay, that's cool.
Yeah, but
Like,
I mean, so I think we're all in agreement that the media does stuff like that, like just like in Vegas,
yeah.
the narrative that they pump is obviously, hand selected. They probably even have actors, or they hand select specific families with specific stories so they can push a certain narrative. But people got shot in Vegas, right? Like,
I
I know
am
people
so glad that you brought up Vegas because, okay, so we all know that the dude that was the sheriff in Vegas is now the sheriff in Maui, right? We all know that. That's common knowledge, right?
yeah.
But did you know that his secretary, who's been the secretary in that police station for like 25 years or something like that?
Died 2 weeks before.
Not even 2 weeks. I think it was like a week before. And while chasing like a purse snatcher or something like that, like some ridiculous story, like, yeah. I mean, that's all believable, right? Like that, there's
Yeah,
nothing
I get you, but
suspicious about that at all.
just to make the point I'm trying to make real fast, like I know people that were there in Vegas. Like, people got shot in Vegas. The news covered
Do you
it
know
a
how many
certain
people?
way.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
No, I don't know. All I know is I know someone that firsthand like heard shots, saw people that had been shot.
Okay, so
So I mean,
a
to
lot of
me,
people.
like some people will tell me that nothing happened in Vegas. Some people will tell me that nothing happened. I mean, there are a few where it doesn't seem like anything happened, and we can't even say them on here. But
blood
Can I
packs.
ask you? Do you think that the people at the Boston bombing, like that people got hurt there too?
I think the Boston bombing was ridiculous. Like, I don't really believe anything that was said about that.
So
I
so
didn't
this
talk to someone that
so
was
it can be
personally there.
staged. So you can admit that it can be staged, right? Like, so that they do and they can stage events. Like, even just look at this most recent um uh whatever that stupid Ukrainian war bullshit, and there's like some chicks like moving boulders that were clearly like styrofoam boulders, like spray painted fucking styrofoam, moving it around the set, and while they're like, oh, this poor bomb, like it was like literally on the news, like someone caught it. I'm like, oh, that's such a good catch. This is why I do want to watch the news sometimes, is because every time I do happen to turn it on, I find some like ridiculous bullshit that like, I'm like, are they really trying to pass this off as real? This woman's moving a freaking
So
boulder.
you were getting kind of frustrated that I asked if you are saying that the fire is not true, but like
No.
with what you just said, if you apply that to the fire, it is to suggest that it didn't really happen.
You're not letting me finish. My point is that they stage things, right? I'm not saying like there's obviously you can look at the aftermath from the drone footage. Like I believe that the fires happened. I believe that there was fire coming up from under the ground. I believe that there's like probably Thor or one of those like millimeter tech, like not blue laser bullshit, not fucking like lasers coming out of the sky that people visually saw, because I know that's bullshit too, that they don't use anything with we already talked about this, and I already thought that I was like pretty clear about like that. I like that's why it's frustrating, because I've like said it multiple times and it's like people don't listen, and then they ask
But
me
you
the same
keep on
question.
bringing up like other false flags, like every time
No,
I'm asking
because I'm
specifically
comparing
what you're
them, because
saying,
I've
you're
been
bringing up
the reason why I'm bringing up other things is for like because people get so emotionally attached to the latest bullshit thing that's been shoved down their throat, they forget about the other things that are similar that happened in previous fucking events, right? So I bring them up as like things remind me. I'm like, oh, this reminds me of what happened at this other event. Oh, like this cat hair didn't burn, just like the fucking paper didn't burn on the passport at fucking 9/11. Like all of these things, they do interconnect. And if we can't, like, if you haven't been studying these for years like we have, then it's not going to make sense to you. I'm going to sound like a crazy person bringing up old events and past shit, but I'm trying to connect the dots and show you that, like, okay, so you believe that this happens, but when you believed that, did you believe that right away, or did you believe it after you watched some truther video that fucking pointed it out to you and basically spoon fed you the information, or were you thinking about it on your own and watching the footage on your own and like breaking it up and going, wow, this person's shit doesn't make any sense compared to this? And that's what we're doing here, is like I'm like not trying to claim there wasn't fire. I don't know if people died, but I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, like we know they got green screen shit. We know they fake stuff. We know they fuck with us. They know they fuck with our emotions. They know, like, these are things that we should be aware of and we should be able to talk about, instead of being like, oh yeah, it's totally fucking blue lasers. Like, the government wants us dead. Like, not saying they don't, but like it, at the same time, like, they're also not going to, like, they only let us know the things they want us to know. Like, they are not just gonna, like, it's like they're setting a fucking trap, like they're poking the bear. They're trying to get people to react in a stupid way, thinking that there's like all these kids missing, like without one fucking parent or grandparent or somebody speaking out about it, without one, like, I don't know. I'm just trying to look at it in a different light, other than like, oh yes, all these people definitely died. Oh yes, this wasn't planned. This wasn't staged. This wasn't, like, we don't know. That's what we're trying to figure out. That's all.
Okay, so this is like this is kind of like my beef I have with RB Truth, right? Like Russian vids. Like if it's on the news, and I'm not saying you're doing this, but he approaches it where if it has any news coverage, it's fake, and he seems to be under the belief that the government won't kill people and that people don't ever actually die in any of these events that happen. And I don't even understand the logic in that. Our government has literally proposed a plan to kill U.S. citizens and then blame it on Cuba. We know they kill people. They don't care about killing people. And
Well,
for me, it's like there are very important, real things that the normie needs to find out about, which is that the governor literally signed something that says they can literally take land in the form of after a natural disaster about a month before this. That's verifiable. It's verifiable that FEMA had a planned convention where they were in Waikiki, right outside of where the
yes,
fires were the day before.
I
It's
remember
a
this.
lot of locals have said the water was cut off. They admit that the fire chiefs were gone, right? They were out of town. The mayor was out of town. But like all this information, and then there's a lot of people that are saying that they were guiding the traffic, which in the form of a disaster, the police would 100% react and guide you. Now, whether or not they guide you back in or not, who knows? But like all this information can easily, if it's like we kind of just skip over it, then and we start talking about like some discrepancies with certain details of people they put on the news. If we hyper focus on that, it does kind of get lost in the sauce that clearly the government had foreknowledge of this event and that they're utilizing it to seemingly, as a land grab, right? Like that does seem to be
It was
pretty
planned from the
obvious.
get-go as a land grab. The same thing with East Palestine. It was planned from the get-go as a fucking land grab. Like, I'm not saying it's not a land grab. I'm not saying that doesn't exist, but they don't need to kill people in order to steal land. And I do think that at the end of the day, they believe in some fucking weird form of karma or some shit. And I actually have recently started thinking that like, you know what? Like, because of like all of the history of the psyops and how they fake everybody's deaths over and over and have the same kid die 5 different times at 5 different places, and they make it super obvious that they're obviously not killing people. Then in my opinion, like, all of the stuff you're talking about, like, they wrote it on a piece of paper. Cool. Like, that doesn't mean that it happened. Just because someone wrote some shit down and said, oh, this is classified, let's black out some stuff on this piece of paper and make it look official and talk about all
Oh
these
man.
plans that we're going to do, that doesn't mean it's real. That doesn't mean it happened.
That's
That
what I'm
doesn't
saying.
mean
I have
it's
friends
here.
that literally were told to shoot children in the Middle East. I know people I grew up with that were literally told to shoot children. So, like, the
Okay, but
suggestion that
they
our
shot the,
government has some,
okay,
they were
the
instructed
government
to
didn't
shoot
pull the trigger.
people. Though.
Your friend
That's
pulled the
totally
trigger, not
irrelevant.
the government.
No, but the
You're not.
government instructed him to
Okay,
shoot
but that
people.
you still had a choice whether or not you did that or not. That wasn't the government. That was your personal choice to go against your morals, and you had to take a fucking responsibility at some point and go, you know what? I chose to do the orders. I chose to do that.
That's a red
So at
herring.
the
That's
end
a
of
red
the
herring.
day, the
That's a
same
red
thing.
herring.
Wait, let me finish. At the same thing with the shot. Everybody keeps saying they were forced to take. No, you weren't forced. You made a choice
Oh man.
to keep your job. Like, you could have fucking sold your house. You could have got a new job. You could have gone lived with your parents. You could have done it. Yeah, it maybe would have like crushed your ego, but like, those things, like, you at the they strategically fucking plan all this shit out so that they are off the hook. That's the one thing that they keep doing over and over, is that they get themselves off the hook because they had to sign that fucking waiver. We didn't. If anything, the people who didn't get the shot could like possibly have a fucking class action because we didn't sign a waiver agreeing to their fucking experiments. So all I'm saying
Okay.
is that if
Okay. Real fast. Let me respond. That is not the point, though. Like, the government isn't in. It's nothing. The government is just comprised of people. So anytime the government, quote unquote, does anything, it's a person doing it. And yes, that person chose to do it. Just like my friend could say no, disobey the orders, and could have got a dishonorable discharge, right?
yep, and then he could have gone
What
and
makes people think they won't just put some intel agent who agreed to do things to go actually kill people? It's
yeah.
never made any sense to me. Why are we acting like they won't kill people in psyops when all they have to do is put an intel agent out there to do it? When I know people I personally grew up with who were told to kill people, innocent
Okay.
people, they do not care at all to tell someone to go shoot an innocent person, to kill innocent people, to
Okay.
propagandize people with fear, right? They don't care about that at all.
Yeah, but to go back to your point though, what you were saying about Vegas and how you know people, like I lived in Phoenix, right? I know people who live in Vegas. Like, I've heard that fucking claim like at least a dozen times. Like, oh, I know somebody who was there, I swear, and everybody swears it. And then when you really get down to the nitty-gritty of like who it actually was, how, like, what they saw, and like, and everything fucking falls apart, right? So all I'm saying is that, like, you can stage an event and you can have a gun going off with blanks being shot, sounds just like a gun. You can make, I mean, there's some fucking mass hysteria, people screaming and running and whatever. Like, I'm not saying that didn't happen. I'm not saying that there wasn't like stampedes of people like running and fucking freaking out. But all I'm saying is that just like the Boston shit, is it was staged, right? There was a guy that had already had his legs blown off in a previous fucking war with fake blood all over him, with other people laying there acting like, you know what I mean? So if somebody says, "Oh my god, I saw somebody that was shot," like, how do you know that it wasn't some fake fucking blood shit going off? Like, you know, we have to be discerning, is all I'm saying. Like, we can't just buy the latest just because like some truther channel isn't coming out there and pointing it out for us and showing us exactly what it is that we should be looking for. It doesn't mean that we should just buy the controlled narrative because this is the controlled like opposite narrative. Like they got the mainstream narrative, and then they have the controlled narrative that they like release, and they fucking want to lead everybody down a certain way of thinking because they want us scared. They want us thinking that they have all this power and they're just going to kill everybody, because that's a way to like assert dominance. It's like, you know, like in the art of war, like there's strategic, like, you know, I mean, shit, dude, just look at the fucking the inflatable stuff, you know, like the inflatable tanks and all that shit. Like,
Yeah.
they're not like, they're pros at staging fake and gay
But like,
shit. That's
I
all
don't
they've done.
disagree with anything you're saying. Like, this is the point I'm making. I don't disagree with any of that. I have a YouTube channel where I constantly tell people not to give in to the fear, because most of it is exaggerated to put you in a state of fear because emotion overrides logic and they want you to comply and blah blah blah. I know they exaggerate it. I know they stage events. This is my point though, okay? There are people that are in autopilot and immediately everything is fake and no one ever died. And when people do that with no real evidence, I mean, as if to suggest or imply that for some reason these people have some morality that they won't allow people to die. No, they just make other people do it. They put the trick in front of you. You have to see it, then decide to do it, which is why it's in all of our media. There's no doubt that they believe in a karmic law where you have to do it, right? But they have people doing their bidding, and those people are instructed to kill people. So, like, it's just, to me, it doesn't seem beneficial to ever be like, no one died. No one ever dies.
I
And
didn't
that's like,
say
for example,
nobody died.
I'm not saying you are, but you are kind of insinuate, like, we do know that the internet and unless all of a sudden all the people that live there just decided to be in on some psyop where they weren't using their phones and they weren't uploading videos, and then no locals decided to come out and be like, none of this really happened.
They were, though.
And
how did those videos of the fucking fire on each side of the car get recorded then, if nobody was able to fucking record anything? Like, like, the thing is that the stuff that's coming out, like, if I saw video of bodies everywhere, if I saw video of people walking up to these cars where all the doors are closed and they were walking up to the window and showing like fucking clearly 2 half-burned bodies in there, I'd be like, damn, that's fuck. But they don't even go that far. They don't even cover their ass that hard. They don't even do the things that you'd think that they would do if they were really trying to do a good side, which makes me think they're trying to get found out. They're trying to get caught. They're trying to like make it this obvious fucking staged bullshit, because they could have hired 10 fucking crisis actors and be to talk about the kids and this and that, but they're lazy. They didn't even do that much. Like, they realize that they don't need to even put forth hardly any effort, and people will buy it. The truthers even fucking buy it, dude. The fact that I even have to sit here and explain this to like a truther who's like done research on previous things and isn't noticing the same things we're noticing. Nobody else is pointing these things out and doing the research like we're doing and looking through the
I just
videos and
disagree with
actually analyzing it. It's really sad, actually.
I just disagree with your conclusion. If you see one
I
person on
don't
the
have
news,
a conclusion. I literally,
your
if you listen to anything I've said, I don't have a conclusion. If I had a conclusion, I would be sitting here saying, yeah, there's definitely no people. I'm saying, like, I'm literally just pointing out the things, and you don't even know half of the stuff that we're even talking about. Like, so, I mean, I'm not trying to attack you personally.
What I'm
I'm
saying
just saying
is
as a
it's
broad.
entirely illogical to claim that no one died. You can't even give me a logical situation. I want you to detail to me a logical situation where we see helicopter footage of a huge fire with a huge ring of fire. We see the debris of all this stuff burned down, and not one person died. That's why I want to be convinced of just even a hypothetical
I'm
scenario.
not here to convince you, bro. Like, did you go and count the fucking buildings? Because I did. Did you go and count the fucking blue cars? Because there weren't any. There was one fucking blue, like,
that's just a straw man. I didn't say anything about anything blue. I said,
okay,
why are you convinced that no one died? That's what I want to know.
And I did not, Mike, you're putting words in my mouth. I never said nobody died. Like, I literally just said that like 4 times in a row. I said, I don't know. I've said, I don't know this whole time. So stop trying to pick a fight with me as if I'm fucking Russian Vids. If you want to go talk to Russian Vids about him and his shit, then go fucking talk to him. But don't put words in my mouth and say that I said this when I 2 fucking minutes ago just said I never said that nobody died. I said I don't know. I said there's some fishy shit going on. I said I haven't seen any bodies. I said I haven't seen anybody air vac out like would be like in Sandy Hook. Nobody was air vac out there either. So that's what I'm bringing up. That's why I bring up other things, is because the same shit didn't happen at other events. Nobody getting air vac'd out. Nobody fucking, no bodies, no fucking, none of this shit. So until you provide a body, I'm allowed. I mean, even if I did have the stance of nobody died, I have a better fucking story than you do on it, because I'm not
You
seeing
think a
bodies.
whole city
Who
burned
are?
down and no one
Where's the
died,
body?
and you're comparing it to a
Show me the
school.
body.
You're comparing an entire city to a school where we went and looked at the security death index and there were nothing on there, right? That's not in any. A school is not the same as an entire city being on fire, but no one dying. My point is,
Yeah,
like,
but
I don't understand the value of it. I understand the value of when right now we are having clearly pandemic 2.0 on the way. We have like half the population might turn into zombies, and there's just a slight little chance that some people are like, wait, the government's lying to us about stuff. It's not what they say on the news. And then we come in and we're like, no, actually, nothing actually happened, and I don't see any evidence that anyone died. And I understand not making claims that you know how many people died and they're probably misleading us with media, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm asking, what I don't understand the logic in thinking the whole city was on fire, but that no one died. I genuinely don't understand. I just don't understand that, because now I guess you're going to say that all the local videos that are claiming they won't let them pull their cameras out, or that are claiming that they didn't have internet, or that they had to use like SpaceX to have internet on, all of those people are crisis actors.
Dude, like, you can go ahead and go and watch. So far, half of the videos I've referenced and talked about, you had no idea what I was talking about. So I'm gonna make a video, even though I said I'm done fucking making videos. I'm gonna go and make a fucking video just for you. And I'm gonna sit there and I'm gonna go through all the crisis actor videos, all of the different fucking things that you're claiming, right? And I will break it down for you, because since clearly that's what you need. So it's fine. It's okay. I don't mind doing it. You're not the
You're not
first
answering my
person
question.
to come
How
at
can
me
the whole
like this.
city burn down
But the
and no
thing
one
is
died?
that
My
until
question,
you
can you answer my
do the
question?
research, until you actually do it, and until you fucking go through the footage yourself and just like actually like sift through all of them and be and with a fucking like a mind set that isn't just like, oh my god, everybody died, blah blah blah. Like, you have to take your emotions out of it. Like, you're literally saying one thing that I'm agreeing with. Yes, okay, yeah, take your emotions out, but then your emotions are clearly still in it, you know? Like I literally
I'm
said
asking you for
multiple times
logic.
that I don't know. Wait, let me finish. I said multiple times that
Yeah,
I
we're
don't
still
know if people died. All I'm saying is that I haven't seen any bodies. So all I'm saying is that there's shit that's not making sense. There's stuff that's not adding up. The kids, the buses, the fucking, all of these different things that aren't adding up. But I will make a video to make it more comprehensive so you can see the visual with the audio and you can see what I'm talking about. So, until then, I guess
Okay,
I'll just shut the fuck up
will you
about it.
please answer my question? Can you explain to me the logic in how an entire city could be on fire, but that
Okay.
not even one person would die?
Okay, the logic behind it is that you clearly haven't done your research on past events.
Okay, you're not gonna
Because
answer the question.
look at fucking Sandy Hook. The entire town was
It's a
fucking in
building,
on it.
dude.
Like, they bought houses on fucking Christmas Day for $1. Like, come on, dude. Like, okay, like, you don't think that it's
Oh
possible.
my
Okay,
god,
the
Sandy Hook
the
is so
fucking
old, dude.
no,
It's a
okay.
building.
No,
That's
wait, let
one
me
building.
finish. You asked me a question and then you cut me off when I'm fucking
Because you're not
answering it.
answering the question.
Because, dude, it's that hard for you to wrap your head around the fact that crisis actors exist and that people fucking get paid money to like abandon their life. Like, there's people that pay good money because they want to fake their death. Like, that happens. Do you deny that that's a fucking thing, bro? Like, do you think that
I
like
deny
everybody's
that an
just like,
entire city did something like
dude,
that. I think it's
all I'm
highly
saying, you're saying give me a logical blah blah blah. So I'm trying to break it down for you. Like, hey, look, this could happen, that could happen, and you're fucking talking over me the whole time that I'm trying to explain to you why I think the things that I do. Like it's an entire town. Yeah, what, it's that hard to evacuate a town? People evacuate all the time. Like, hey, would you take this much money if you fucking just went out of town for the weekend, fucking whatever? Like, that's not that far-fetched to just empty out a town, burn it, do a couple staged little fucking things here and there. Like, I'm just saying, dude, like you don't have to be like so fucking pissed off at me about it. And like, I don't understand why you're so upset. Like, you're clearly like just, stuck in your way, and that's fine. You don't have to agree with me, but like, I don't know, just fucking leave me alone about it. Damn, like I don't even know what else to say about it. Like I said what I need to say. I'll make a video. Then you can see the audio with the visual. It'll make more sense when you're actually seeing the crisis actors and all the shit that's happening and me pointing out all the stuff like other people used to do. I don't know if Russian Vid still does this shit. I should go check it out and see if he does, because fucking it's been years since I've even looked at his stuff. So like from what I know like of him before, like he wasn't really all about like what you're saying, but I don't know. Did he make a bunch of videos on this? Is that why you're so triggered?
I don't
Is
watch
because like
you keep saying I'm triggered. The only reason I'm triggered is because you talk for 4 minutes at a time. I'm trying to make a point. The population of that town is almost 14,000 people. You're making a claim that
they said there's
turned the
4,000 people
You see
missing.
how you talked for 4 minutes and then I immediately started talking and you interrupted and you're saying that I'm the one that's triggered. You're the one that's cussing and interrupting and monologuing. You're implying that a town of 14,000 people were all in on some conspiracy to actually secretly leave and then disappear for the rest of their life. And they all worked with the government to cast a psyop onto the world that town that they wouldn't sell their land for is actually now the government's, and now they give
Are
up,
you
and now they just
are you a Globey? Do you believe in the globe also? Because a lot of people say that same fucking
see, now
argument.
you have an add-on. Like this, what was that? That was like an 80
No,
IQ
because dude,
add-on.
every single fucking Globey that I've talked to is like, oh, NASA, all of NASA must be in on it then. Like, it's not compartmentalized. It couldn't possibly fucking be. Like, come on, do you hear yourself?
That's totally not applicable. You're
That's
claiming that
what it sounds like.
dude, you're the one that's emotional, okay? The point is that you said, oh, you're acting like people couldn't just evacuate and agree to leave. So
Yeah,
you're
dude.
implying that all the people there were in on it. That's what you're implying.
You said tell me how it could work. I'm telling you how it could work. I'm not saying what happened. I don't have any evidence to back it up. There's hardly any fucking footage at all coming out. And so but to claim that like the footage that like couldn't be faked, that the footage they couldn't record. Okay, then how did these other people record? How is there's other recordings then? And how is there no recording of all the things that like I'm saying? Like, okay, bodies, fucking blockade, fucking blue things, all of these things, but I'm not seeing any actual tangible evidence. Like, I'm just asking for the evidence, bro. That's all I'm saying. Like, that's it.
Okay, but this is why I'm saying it makes much more sense to be like, this is sketchy. The stuff they're putting in front of us is sketchy, like it always is with the media. But just like they did with Hiroshima and Nagasaki, they didn't let independent journalists go and actually investigate or report on it because they would be punished by capital punishment. So they told us there were nuclear bombs, but actually all the locals reported it was firebombing. And then we weren't even allowed to go cover it. So it seems like they're not letting journalists go in there and cover it. They're barricading it off. They're not letting people publish videos, and people are having trouble with their internet. To insinuate that as opposed to the government just not letting independent journalism happen, that in fact somehow a population of 14,000 people that have refused to sell their land for years all of a sudden sold their soul to the government for some plan to pretend the city was burned.
You know what makes more sense is my first original, like a couple days ago when I talked to you about this, my first original thing that I had said to you was, how crazy would it be? Because you know how they've been saying for days that like, or not for days, but for, years they've been like, so they knew this was coming. Like they had to have seen this coming. They had to have known that like the locals had to have known that, like you said, that there was the law that had just been passed about the what was it, the what's it called,
The land natural
domain, yeah, the land shit, thank you. So basically fucking they knew what was coming down the pipeline. Like they knew it. So my original like conspiracy was that they actually did a coup. They used their own shit against them. Like they basically planned this whole fucking thing to basically like set them up and then be like, look, they had blockades, but they don't have any footage of the blockades. So now they can like go and sue the cops or whatever. And even by now, if there was a blockade, like the cop like footage, like they're like what's their foot, their fucking little cameras that they all have to wear now. Like that would have been out by now,
Body camera.
showing any of this as evidence. Like it would. So like, I mean, but that's beside the point.
I mean, let me say this. Look, I actually like you. Okay, I don't know much about you. I like you. I think you make good points. I like that you do thorough investigation and you think for yourself and you're highly skeptical. I like that. I don't know how it turned into all this, other than I was getting impatient because I'm like, I have to go in my house now. But and I was trying to interject. But my point is very simple. That I think it's detrimental in both directions to overly throw things out or just overtly believe everything. They're both like detrimental. And my point is that tactically, although I'm sure you are spotting actual sketchy things, and they are for sure, it's in the Illuminati deck of cards. So there's no doubt that they're propagandizing us about this. It's literally in the deck of cards. My point is that when we're trying to wake up other people around us, because believe it or not, if 0.0001% of us wake up, that's not really going to help us out. If people are at least understanding the government does have directed energy weapons, the government does compartmentalize information, they do propagandize us with state media, they do not let independent journalism. If average people are starting to see that, we should at least allow it to breathe until we have actual evidence that somehow this was a big, elaborate, fake thing. And just my criticism of Russian vids, who I used to watch, is that he says automatically anything the news covers didn't actually happen.
Okay.
And I'm saying that can be detrimental.
He's not me.
I know that's not you.
And
I'm
so
making a
keep
point
talking
about
to me
that
like
approach.
I know, but it also you keep bringing him up though, like as if I'm him, like, and I'm not. And at the end of the day, like you're sitting here saying that we need to like basically pussyfoot around the newbies, like fuck that. Like you're really trying to wake people up. Like you really think that you could wake people up. Like people wake up when they're fucking ready to wake up, and they will come and find you and want to have conversations with you. But like to sit there and like sugarcoat shit for them and not say certain things and not dig on things like we used to do when we would come on these types of platforms, and we would sit here and like with the computer out, like fucking screen sharing, showing all the different stuff, going through all the shit. Like all I'm saying is that you're saying that until we have evidence to show like what I'm saying. I'm asking for evidence for what you're saying. You're saying people died. Show me a body. That's all I'm saying.
I haven't
See,
this is the difference in you and me. I'm not making claims. What I'm saying is
you
there was a fire.
Died.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
What I said was there was a fire. I find it highly illogical to ever make the claim that no one died or that you think that no one died. To me, it seems more logical that someone may have died. The government doesn't care if someone dies. If they want the land and you're there and you died, they don't care. They hit it with a natural disaster. They've done it thousands of times. Do I know that they killed someone? No. Do I know that no one died? No. What I do know is they cut the water off, that they just passed legislation to steal the land, and the idea that 14,000 people all conspired to trick the government about
I didn't say 14,000 people. Just like NASA, 14,000 people wouldn't have to be in on the coup. Like it literally, like you're like saying.
So then
shit
people would have died, right? That's what I'm saying. Say a group of 300 people or 1,000 people.
With your logic, like you're saying, we all know these things exist. We all know. We don't all know that. Like just like we all know nukes exist. Like, do we know nukes exist, or do we know that firebombs exist?
No, we know nukes are pseudoscience. We do know direct energy weapons exist. You can go buy one on Amazon, and we also know that there was a fire there. We also know that
I know.
Say 1,000 people are like, you know what? These people are trying to take our land. Let's create. It doesn't even make sense to me. I'm not sure about what you're saying because that's what the legislation said was if there's a natural disaster, they can take the land. So to insinuate that they were like, oh, let's fake a natural disaster doesn't really make sense. But say 1,000 people did that. That means that the other 13,000 people that lived there were in on it. So how would you prevent them from dying? My point is, though, they could just be there in a fire and die.
Dude, there was a kid with the fucking Duper's Delight face in the fucking water recording, like the only people that would need to be in on it would be the people doing the fake shit. It wouldn't need to be the whole fucking town, dude. Like, how do you not? Is this your like first day of conspiratarding? Like, I'm so like.
What is doing the fake shit mean? What does that mean? Was the fire real or fake?
I don't know. It could be fucking CGI for all we know. I'm just saying,
okay.
like
I saw the drone footage after the fact.
I saw the drone footage after the fact. I'm saying when they showed the picture of the people in the cars, that could be green screen. Them sitting in a fucking car with green screen on either side. They could not
Sure.
even be like I'm that's what I'm saying is that there's other things that we haven't fucking looked into that we have very limited footage of. There's claims of a blockade, yet I'm not seeing a blockade. Where's the footage from the fucking camera from the officers that were doing that? Like that
They
would
would
be
never
out by
release
now.
that, dude.
So far,
No, it
there's other
wouldn't. They
things that
hold
have
on to
happened
body cam
since
for
then.
years, dude. I know this
Dude,
from
no,
personal
that,
experience. Yes, they
dude,
do. Yes, they
they
do.
just last week some body cam footage just came out. So like, okay, either way, like that,
A year
like there
later
out
or
of the
something.
33 people that were trying to escape, not one person got a recording of that shit. Get out of here. And then that was just
I don't know.
hundreds
I
of
don't know.
other
If there was a
then,
fire behind me, I wouldn't record anything. I would just try to survive.
okay, that's fine. But like there's other people recording, so you can't make that
I agree
argument.
with you that that's suspect. I agree with you. The videos, if someone's in a fire, it doesn't make sense that they're pulling their camera out at all. And so I think that's suspect. I didn't, when I did the stream, I didn't bring up any of the videos. Right? I played a couple people on IG that claimed to be locals talking, and I specifically said, I don't know much about what this guy's saying, but he claims this and they're claiming this. Right? I agree with you that there could be all kinds of fake stuff. I don't agree with you that it's possible that there was no fire. To me, it doesn't make sense because that would mean that everyone that lives there would have to be hush hush,
No,
which means
there was
either they're not
obviously a
being allowed to
fire.
talk
There
or
was
not. Okay, we agree.
there was obviously a fire. Like when I said we don't know, like when those people are driving through, because people have used that as an example over and over, like those people that were driving through, that's where the blockade was because they weren't able to go forward or whatever. And I'm like, dude, for all we know, that was fucking green screen fire on either side of that car. We don't know. Like the kid that was doing the Duper's Delight in the water, like it looked like super calm water. It didn't look like super wavy, crazy water. Like they said, there was all this crazy wind and all this shit. So like, dude, for all we know, like they pre-recorded some of this stuff. They, movie fucking theatrics
I
is a
agree with
thing.
you. I
Like
100% agree with you. They're like, but this is where I don't agree with you. Is the idea because to me they'd be like, okay, we planned this, because what they do is they film the false flag, the crisis actors before the event ever happens. They have the footage ready to roll. I 100% can agree and get behind that. That the footage they're showing is fake. That's because they want to scare people about the fact that climate change is causing crazy weather and fires, and
yeah,
we're all gonna die. So, but that doesn't mean that they're not really just using weapons and burning places down. And if you don't
do
get
you
out, you
think?
don't get out. You know what I'm saying?
Do
That's all
you
I'm saying.
do you think that they only have one angle to this though? Do you think that they only control the narrative on the mainstream and they don't control like who planted those fucking blue umbrellas? Like clearly the
No, I
fucking
agree with that
military
as well. I agree with that. Truther
planted that
traps.
shit.
2023,
Clearly
they set truther traps everywhere. They did it with the blue
exactly.
laser
So
thing.
they're
They did it with.
poisoning the well, is what I'm saying. So the same thing that we're telling them to not be so worried and so uptight, but then we're telling each other to be fucking worried about this shit. Like to be
I'm
like,
not
oh
telling you
my
to be
god, like
worried. I'm not. I'm not saying that.
they're hyping their own shit up so hard to the truthers, and the truthers are just biting it. Like they're just buying it. Like it's
I agree with you.
they have two different psyops going at the same time. They have a multitude of fucking psyops going that all feed into the other psyops and feed into each other, and so
I
I'm
agree
just
with you.
saying
Yeah.
that
Hey, Rusted. Yeah, you both sort of agreeing with each other.
I know that's why I'm confused. I don't know
You're having a
what
pissing
I may have done.
contest for no
Yeah.
reason. There's no
Well,
need for.
I am kind of interrupted because I'm like in a hurry, and maybe I shouldn't be talking since I'm in a hurry. But like, if I interrupted you and it got worked up or whatever, if I was mistaken, that's cool. I mean, I'm sorry, but like, all I'm trying to say is that I just think that it could be detrimental to auto hoax everything if it comes off when you're conveying it as if it is somehow definitive. That's just my take. People can disagree with me or whatever. I'm just saying it does seem like clearly there was a fire. It does seem like they had a whole script planned out to lie about what the fire was, right? And that's the important part, that the government's lying, that they burned down land that they wanted to take, and now they're in the process of taking it. And we know they have energy weapons that could do that, specifically stationed in Maui. So, like, those are important things to tell people. Like, I think that's important because if they're about to hit us with weather wars and they're going to say, oh, look at the climate, and they start trying to take over all kinds of land, it's important that people are aware of that. That should be at the
dude,
very
the
top
View
of the
is
list.
aware of it. They've been talking
Yeah,
about it
real
on the mainstream.
guys,
Like
could I say something real quick?
Oh,
Yeah.
hold on.
Just to kind of sum up. I mean, just because you see it, I'm sorry. Who was that? So anyway, if you see an actor on the news, right, and you see something that actually happened, just because the actor is seen on the news doesn't mean the thing didn't actually happen, right? So
Yes.
obviously there was a fire,
Yeah,
right?
no
So
doubt.
you both guys are agreeing. Jeremy,
Yes.
bro, go ahead, bro. Go ahead, Jeremy.
I thought you were done. My bad. I was also
Yeah, I'm
waiting
done
to get
now,
in for
man.
a while.
Yeah, I'm done now. Yeah.
All right. All right. Did you guys hear that there's a lot, they found a lot of lithium in Maui? Like lithium ion, the shit they use to make all these batteries. You guys hear that?
No, but I mean, it's not surprising that I'm sure there's a ton of shit that they can be mining for it and stealing because that's what they do.
That might be one of the motives, but who knows? Anyways,
But like,
carry on.
I guess the reason to me that okay, when I researched the nuclear bomb thing, right, what I found out was Hiroshima and Nagasaki were clearly firebombed, right? They had been firebombed the whole summer by multiple countries, including the United States. Japan immediately reported as a firebombing, and the only reason they surrendered was because a million troops were invading on the ground. A million Russian troops were invading from the north, and that's why they actually surrendered because they backed out of their agreement the day before. It had nothing to do with the legend nukes. And then what did the U.S. government do? Because they propagated this nuclear bomb. How could they have pulled that off? The way they pulled it off was they controlled the media and they made it illegal to report on it. Right? So when they're putting barricades up and we're not getting like real thorough independent journalism, or then we have this one guy who like is kind of sketchy. Is he really an independent journalist or is he set up? It's like, oh, this looks like Hiroshima and Nagasaki. This looks like they are controlling the way that people can cover it, and that proved that give it a few years and they can rewrite history by controlling the journalism, and that's what this looks like to me. And so
I
to
agree.
me, it's like it's important to be like, wait a minute, let's talk about like what we know they can do. Let's point out the holes in their story as quickly and as rapidly as we can, and we may find out in a year that we were wrong about some of it. But if we wait a year, right, then they'll rewrite history, and everyone will not know. And that's all I'm saying is like, let's just kind of play the middle ground. I'm not saying like tiptoe for the normie. I'm saying like let's just not fall for their traps because they may be putting the false flag actors in there. So some of the
Well,
truthers will spot it, point it out, and then they'll undercut the whole thing. And now all the other people write off the
dude,
truthers because now they're acting like it's all fake when actually it was real.
no, I understand that, and I've heard that argument against Russian vids a lot of times. As far as like you're making us like every there are some people that die. I'm not claiming nobody ever dies at any of these things. I couldn't possibly know that to make that kind of a fucking claim. So I've never been like that immediate like nope, nobody died. Nope, definitely didn't happen. Like I don't know, but at the end of the day, like you were saying a minute ago, what were you saying about the fuck, what was it? It was the one last point that I was gonna make really quick, and I was gonna be done. Something about Nagasaki and all that.
They control the journalism with
Yeah.
the
Well, oh yes, the journalism. Thank you. So basically, like the alternative journalism that is coming out is fucking Alex Jones shit. You know what I mean? Like that guy that supposedly broke East Palestine. I forget his name. He was there at the claiming like while he's in Hawaii, like giving himself props about East Palestine and how he broke that and blah blah blah, and which is like all bullshit. But that's a different topic for a different day or whatever. And then turning around and like actually got caught red-handed, like not sleeping in his tent or whatever. Like that guy that walked up and was like, "Oh, I thought you were staying in a tent, bro." And he's like, "All like," and then admits later on that he like had to get a new hotel room, had to get new stuff, like whatever. And he's right there on the ground. Like you have to think about where we're getting the alternate information from, also, not just like like look at this guy with the real estate guy and how he's like it's not suspect to anybody else that he's allowed to get in. Nobody's allowed to get in, but he got a pass to go in. And like and only cover certain things. Like they're purposely trying to make it look like this is like, grassroots and this and that. And that's what they do. They're pros at this kind of shit, like they're sloppy in one sense, but they're also like, they have so many different things going at the same time, and they have like their Alex Joneses and their whole like legion of people under Alex Jones who will give you like a little bit of truth, but then like feed a bunch of bullshit in with it, and a bunch of fear, and a bunch of like, come
Right,
on,
exactly.
get up and fucking start, like doing stupid stuff to get yourself locked up so that you can't fight because you're literally locked up, because like that's what I think the whole point of this is baiting truthers into doing something stupid rashly because they're emotional about the children or about whatever, and then they get themselves locked up, or they give them a reason to come in with the martial law because we're acting like a damn fool, basically. Like
Right,
they're
right.
trying
I
to
agree with
get
that.
people to act like BLM people. And if we just continue to show them that we're not going to do that, then like we win at the end of the day. We ignore them. They're narcissists. Like the thing that they hate the most is being ignored. If everybody just fucking ignored them and just literally like worked on their own shit at their own neighborhood and their own like whatever, got animals, got chickens, got fucking their own property, everybody started like working together separate from them, they would be non-existent. Like we can't control what they do, we can't control the psyops they run, we can't control this shit. Like we can't. Like the first time that we like actually can admit that to ourselves, that like we're better off just working on our own stuff and ignoring them, they're just going to lose their shit because they don't have any control if everyone's like, oh, these guys are just full of shit, like whatever. Like I don't see it as a negative thing, pointing out the truth, pointing out the inconsistencies. Like I don't care if it makes like whatever look bad in whoever's eyes. Like it doesn't matter, because the people that are looking and they're actually paying attention, and they don't need to be like fed into the truther community like softly. Like it's like, yo, dude, like as long as you're transparent and you're honest about it, then that's all that fucking matters. Like you don't have to agree with everybody on everything, like, but like, we're just going off of facts here. We're trying to go off of evidence. We're trying to go off of, what we can and cannot prove if we were in court. And so far, like, I'm
Can
not
we
seeing.
please change the subject? Thank you. We're enough. We
No,
get it. We get it. Please, we get it.
No, how about we
Well,
don't change the
your
subject? What the hell?
opinion has been duly noted. So we filed it with the complaint department, and we'll get back to you within 24 to 48 hours. What I do find interesting, like, is like, say with Alex Jones, right? Like the thing about Alex Jones is they don't want the average person hearing Alex Jones. Alex Jones is like the safety net. It's like they don't want you listening to Alex Jones. But if you are not buying the mainstream propaganda, they have Alex Jones to catch you, right? And then to make you be an extremist, to sprinkle in misinformation and give you 95% truth, to make you be fearful. If you listen to him, he's always pushing fear porn, right? I know
Yeah.
someone that was a producer at that show said that she woke up to Flat Earth watching my debates, and that literally they had a group meeting and he told them that no one else is allowed to talk about Flat Earth or they'll be fired. So he is controlled op as far as I can tell, or he's scared himself, whatever. But my point is they don't want him actually being heard. He's just like the safety net. Because if you listen to Alex Jones, you still know a lot more than they want you to know. They just want you to react to it the wrong way. So what I'm saying is we shouldn't dismiss everything Alex Jones says, or we shouldn't not cover that because he approaches it in a inaccurate way. Same thing with this real estate guy, right? To me, it doesn't make sense. They don't want the average person to think that the government's using direct energy weapons on their own people. I don't think they want that. I think they want people to think it's natural. They're like, oh, well, some people are not seeing through it. Well, then, or seeing through it, then let me feed them this and kind of derail them or get them mad or whatever. So, like, that's why I'm saying I think it is important that even though the stuff almost becomes mundane to the veteran truther, where it's like, yeah, we get it, they lied on the news, right? Like, it's still important that we kind of point that out with each psyop, and we kind of like this doesn't add up. Look at this legislation. Look what they did here. Look what the police were saying here, whatever. Because I don't agree that body cams won't come out for years. The body cams don't have, if you have a discovery in a criminal case, then you're not allowed to legally release the body cam until after that. They can hold on to body cams for many, many years if they want to. Like, you would never get that footage right now. If they're controlling the journalism, then, just because there isn't substantial physical evidence for some of this doesn't actually mean that there weren't people, for example, that got fried in their car. If they're not letting you go in there and make videos of it, it's possible. It is still technically possible that place is like crazy. And if someone could go in there and walk around with the camera, it would be wild. It's
But they
also
did go
possible.
in and walk around with the camera. The real estate guy went in there and walked around with the camera. There was several people. There's been at least like 3 or 4 different, like a guy on his bike that was rolling around that I watched. Like I've like been studying this shit. Like it's not like so far all of the cars that they've showed inside of all of this, none of the car doors are open. They're all closed and it looks like there's nothing inside. They look like planted, staged. Like not all the cars burned. Some of them did, some of them didn't. Various colors. Like it wasn't, you know. And I know you're not claiming the blue shit. I'm just saying my observations. Like it's not. You know, a lot of the cars, the trunks look like they burned. It looks like there was planted explosives in the trunks. It looks like that those 2 in the middle of the field, like the front tire didn't burn, but the back one did, and there was like a cat in the front of it. It looked like a freaking wig. If you look at the footage, like, you know, there's so many things that, like, if you go through and watch all of it, like, I'm not, like, once again, I'm not claiming there was no fire. I'm claiming that that actually, I don't even know what the fuck I'm claiming. I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of stuff that's not making sense, and we can totally change the subject. I don't know who came in and said let's change the subject. I'm totally fine with that. I just wanted to, like, you know, I heard Josh talking about some stuff and I was like, oh yeah, that reminded me of this, because we've been digging on this for weeks now. Like, it's not like, you know, we just like happen to watch a couple of truther videos on it. Like, we actually have been going out of our way looking and doing our own research. So, you know, I thought this was like a place where I could come and like talk about that with people. But if I can't and I'm pissing people off, like, I definitely won't, you know, I won't. It's cool. Like, I'm not trying to step on toes or like piss anybody off. Like, I'm just,
About,
you know, this is who I
about
am. So
about the trunk of the car,
Hold on,
right?
hold
And
on.
it
Let me
burning.
just say real quick. No, you're good on all that for sure. Somebody kind of I think they did a little like a troll thing and then left basically. So yeah, they were just kind of, I don't know
okay.
who would have said that. No, but that's not. Yeah, everything you said there. Yeah, no, that's awesome. I'm glad. Yeah, that's the whole. A lot of the spirit here is to be able to actually share all of this information. The whole thing about not doing all the personal attacks in general is that tends to distract from it as a whole. So,
Wait.
yeah,
About the trunk.
that person just seemed to be kind of like almost like a heckler, you know, which we
Yeah,
don't really
yeah.
have that many on here, but there are some that will pop in here and there and do little things. But no, you're good.
About
That
the
was all great information, and I agree. Yeah, it's a huge event,
yeah.
and the implications of what it was and what they can do. Because essentially, if that's like a hostile takeover of a city, then that is intense to think that they could do that, you know, in other places as well. It just shows how much more urgent it is for the truth to be, um, you know, acquired and understood, and hopefully some form of awareness that eventually will lead to it getting better.
About the trunk of the car, right? And
Mhm.
you know, people, I haven't seen the video, but if you're saying the trunk of the car burned up and the front of the car didn't, right? Even down to the tires, maybe the rims also. Uh, you know, some gas tanks are right there under the trunk of a car, and also it
Yeah.
depends on which way the wind was blowing, what was in the trunk.
Mhm.
You know, tires burn very, very hot, so you
Yeah.
have cheap metals and aluminum and all those type of things. Now, pine trees, if you burn some pines, you can get that fire up to about 2,000 degrees. So there's a lot of things to factor in, you know, with the wind
Well,
and the front of the car not burning and the back of the car burning. There's a
yeah.
lot of things to factor in there.
Well, yeah. In this case, it was 2 cars in the middle of a grass field. No structures, no trees, no nothing anywhere within, like, you know, a
Mhm.
football field around, like, circumference around them.
Right.
So I was actually trying to find some sort of like Google images of that. It was right next to the high school. So I was trying to find some Google images of before the fire to see if those cars were parked there prior to the fire or if they were, you know, like staged there, planted there, because both of them burned in the same way where the trunk and the glass was like melted, and the back tire was melted but the front tire wasn't melted, and there was like supposedly a cat, like, and he showed a picture of the cat really quick, but it looked like just like a wig. Like, it really didn't even look like actual like cat fur to me. But I just thought that it was weird. I mean, it's not like the front wasn't burned at all either. It had burned the front a little bit, but just not, as you could tell, it wasn't as high of a heat as the back. Like, the back looked totally blown out compared to the front. And I just noticed that with a few different cars, not all of them, but a few of them when going through watching the drone footage, like, some of them looked like those electric cars that burn up when you see the electric car fires that are like basically leave like melted, that happened to one of the guys in California, like, I don't know, probably 6 or 7 years ago. I did like a whole post just on different, video of different electric cars burning, and they all had explosions because there were people that were describing explosions. Like that's when the explosions started happening, when they were talking about the Maui stuff. So I'm just looking at like the similarities between, like the electric cars blowing up and having explosions, and then obviously the arborist that came out. I'm sure everybody's seen that by now. Showing the middle of the tree burned and the outside like not touched. And I have a friend that's there, and I'm trying to get her to get like a chainsaw and go cut a tree down somewhere if she can get.
Yeah.
Obviously, she can't get inside the
I
where it
got
all
something
happened.
for that. Yeah, I work with an arborist, so I've worked with him for years. And, I've cut down many trees. Have you ever cut down a tree and seen it's hollow on the inside?
I've seen that,
No,
dude.
I have
Yeah,
not.
well, trees are hollow on the inside, and you can cut a tree down and it be hollow and it look charred and look black and all of those kind of things, and there never was a fire. And also, if that hollow is there and the fire works its way into that, um, if it's doty hearted and not really moist, if it's dry or if it's just turned to lighter in
Mhm.
some parts of that wood, then it's going to burn a lot better than just regular wood, so a lot
Yeah,
hotter, I would say.
the arborist guy was saying that sometimes you'll cut a tree down and water will be like squirting out of the middle of the tree, like straight up like a fountain or something sometimes. So
Yeah,
I mean,
that
I,
too.
I don't know. I don't know if that means, like I'm just going off of like what the arborist, because I'm not an arborist,
That would be
obviously,
like the arborist of truth.
Hey,
Yes,
hey,
you can
North.
have a dry tree, you can cut it and it be hollow in the center and it be extremely dry, like kindling,
Hey,
like
North.
lighter wood or fat wood, as some people call it. But yeah, go ahead, man.
I got a question, dude. As far as that, like hollow tree with the where it's like dark on the inside, it looks charred. Here's a thought. Do you think maybe that's because like at one time was like a hit like a lightning rod? Not to the point where it like blew up or caught on fire, but to where it just like ran down the center of it. Because I mean,
Well,
trees are
a,
kind of like they're like rods,
conductive
kind of.
wood is,
They're
right?
well, trees get damaged by lightning, and you can get kind of, some people call it like a box face on it, like a big scar in a tree or a scar all the way down, and then the tree turns to lighter wood. Like if it's a pine tree and it gets struck by lightning, and you can see the lightning strike all the way to the bottom of the tree to the ground. You can see it kind of, sometimes it wraps around the tree, sometimes it just goes straight down the tree, and some of the bark will bust off and it'll leave a scar. Eventually, that tree, the majority of the time, it will die, and if it's a pine tree, it'll turn to lighter wood, and that's what you start your fire with, where I'm from. So some people call it fat wood. So you could look that up and find out what it is, but it's not always lightning. A lot of time it's a disease, and the tree rots away from the middle. Um, what's feeding the tree is not very far into the bark, just into the flesh of the tree. That's where you have all the channels that take all the nutrients up, and so the center is not all that important, and you can do without it. I've cut down trees where, I mean, you got just 2 inches of wood all the way around, and the tree was probably um, like 30 inches around. So just
dude,
imagine a big
I've
tree
seen that
hollowed out.
before. Like I've seen that before, hollowed trees and stuff. It's kind of crazy how they're still even standing.
Yeah.
Didn't know about like it looking like it was charred though when it was chopped down though.
Is it worth considering moving forward that any city that has any of these like smart city gatherings and talking about all of this, 15-minute cities and all of these like that any of those that are like that they're going to have these like pre-conferences are possibly at risk that they could do that to any of those cities, which would then mean like could there actually be something to like if you want to make sure you're not caught in that to basically just not be in those cities that are already having those meetings and publications that they're gonna it's one of their targets areas.
That's probably not off the table, man.
Like if you want to be double safe, because that sounds
No.
crazy what happened. I mean, they shut their water off, shut their internet off. I mean, that was hard. This is just a complete hostile takeover.
Well, and then they left the electrical on. Like that's the part that trips me out the most when everybody keeps telling me like, "Oh, smart meters couldn't have anything to do with it." And I'm like, "Well, they left the fucking electricity on, and people were claiming flames are coming out of the underground." Like, what the hell? And then when you look at some of the footage, they weren't pointing it out, but you could see the little boxes on the ground with like black around it, like flames were coming up through the manhole of the ground. You know what I mean? Like, so. I don't know, like we shouldn't be ruling out any possibilities, and it is true that all of these different places that smart cities are supposed to be popping up, and there's like some really crazy shit happening and has been happening for the past year, you know, between all the railroad shit happening and the, you know, like all of this stuff is definitely like there's, you know, no coincidences on flat earth, you know, like it's really no reason to think that it isn't all like pre-planned and staged like hostile takeover on multiple fronts, like, and you know, really if that's really what they're planning and that's really what they're trying to do, the one thing that we can do to battle it is to fight the smart meters. They can't have a smart city without the smart meters. If people start becoming like legit self-sufficient, like getting fucking propane, getting generators, getting whatever they can to like separate themselves from the, you know, the system, then like they can't have what they want, you know, like they can't just turn off your power, turn off your electricity, or light your house on fire if they want through the smart meter. What's that? I thought I heard somebody say something. Sorry. I don't know. I mean, I think there's a lot of different things we could be doing, but you know, at the end of the day, like we also can't control what they're doing. We can only like basically record whatever we can when shit does go down, so that if we do need to take it to court one day, at least we have like, not that the courts aren't all like shady and bought out and whatever too, but I mean, I don't know, man. Like at the end of the day, if we're at the very least like fighting the smart meter thing and trying to like just not buy into it, like it could do something. I don't know.
It is interesting that the etymology of that word "smart" is pain. I always think of that with Americans where they go, "Oh, that's smart." Well, they used to say that. I don't know if they still do, but yeah, it doesn't seem
Yeah.
so smart for us, does it?
No, it doesn't. It's not. It's terrible. The smart meters are garbage, and I know they're making it really hard. You know, it's almost 10 years ago is when I opted out of my smart meter in Phoenix, and it costs $5 a month extra for them to come read it, and then like $60 to have them put my analog meter back on, because they did it without me without telling me that they were going to do it. So I like, you know, raised a big stink, got them to come and put the analog one back on. Then when I moved to Wisconsin, they said that I wasn't allowed to opt out of it, and I still had an analog one on my house, so I put a notice on the smart meter, or on the analog meter, saying, you know, I have this recording device here, like, you know, Ring or whatever set up. So anybody that touches this, I will personally sue you, because, like, you know, I don't want this. I don't want this smart meter on my house. And so in blue states, they don't let you opt out. So that's the thing about Hawaii, is they were all changed over to smart meters in 2021, and people aren't allowed to opt out in the blue states, which should have been fought years ago. You know what I mean? So like, it's fucked up. But like, and then I heard in like another state, they charge $80 a month to read your meter if you want an analog meter versus a smart meter, which I understand people not being able to afford that. That's insane. But
Yeah. So I was watching this video earlier today about them hooking up a like a
the box that your meter goes on, right?
Mhm.
And it was like taken apart. It didn't have the meter on it. It just had like all the wires to it. And the guy was actually talking about how the dude that set it up like almost got it, but he like fucked it up, right? Because when he was explaining it, he was telling the way that the path of the power goes, right? And it goes into the box and then it goes up to this little bracket, and that bracket is actually what your meter attaches to, right? So all the power that flows through that is what ticks the meter over every time you do that, right? So in my mind, I'm thinking like, so if I got in there and like bypassed where it touches the fucking meter or something, or like put something that was blocking the electrical behind the meter, how much trouble could I get into on that, right? Like, because the meter would never register, but I'd still be using the power. I mean, yeah, no, that's like not ethical or anything, but an intrusive thought from earlier when I was watching that video of how I could apply that, you know? It
They're
just
not
was
ethical.
interesting of how to see the path of the electricity inside the box and it made sense that the only reason why the meter reads it is because the power goes through the meter that counts everything. So if you just bypass that, the way the guy had it, if you were to plug in a meter, the meter wouldn't read, but you'd still have power.
Yeah.
And the guy doing the video was like, no, you can't do that because it needs to read the meter. And I'm like, bullshit, I can't do that. Like, if I don't want it to read the meter, that sounds like it's a damn good idea then.
That's probably why they're trying to get rid of them, right? Like they're trying to set it up so like that's not possible.
Well, no, whether it's the analog or the smart meter, it doesn't matter.
Oh, really?
Because
Okay,
it
I
still
thought it
has
was only
the prongs in
analog.
the back where the electricity touches that and runs the meter. So if you put something blocking it touching that, but is able to continue the current across,
Without
you're good.
electrocuting yourself?
That would be the key.
Yeah, you'd have to isolate one of the two terminals that completes the path, isolate it from the meter, and then put a bridge across there. Right?
That's
so
what I
the
was
energy
thinking.
can still go from point A to point B, but not through the meter.
Exactly, dude. See, we're learning how to do shit in real life here on this channel.
But she brought up that power meters could possibly light the house on fire. That I haven't heard that one.
That's what they blamed the California fires like 8 years ago. They said there was like basically a whole community of people that sounds really similar to Maui, where they kept being asked if they would sell their land in order to help this like light rail go in or whatever that was supposed to go up the coast through like Northern California, and they weren't selling. And then all of a sudden, all their houses burned down, and except for the vegetation. And then like a couple months later, the official story came out, official narrative, that the smart meters started the house fires. And then there's been several like reports of people, like you can see the smart meter on the side of the house, like completely like blackened the whole side of the house. Like something within the smart meter somehow like caught fire and like burnt part of people's houses down. Like even since then, it's been like there's a story from like 5 years ago that I recorded that was off the news where they went to the person's house and they were like, we're whatever investigating. I mean, I don't know like how, I don't know I just know that there's been reports of smart meters starting house fires. So the fact that the electricity wasn't turned off, that all these places already have smart meters, people were claiming, that there was fire coming out from under the ground. Like maybe it has something to do with the the electric company happens to be the top shareholders are fucking Vanguard and BlackRock. Like, all of the same like similarities with all of the other psyops seem to like all correlate with this one too. So that's another reason why I bring up the other things that happen, is because, like it all seems to somehow connect to each other with the same people pulling the same shenanigans.
Yeah, we refused to get a smart meter on our house, and I think our neighbours did, which I was disappointed about because I actually went to my neighbours specifically and told them, do not get one of these because the amount of radiation that they give off And it's not just that either. There's lots of different reasons not to have one. Even if it's just privacy, like you don't want someone knowing when you're having a shower or you're doing whatever business you're doing. But there's many other reasons for that. And I was talking to a guy that fitted them, and he said, like, he'd been to someone's house. No, okay, I just remembered the story. He owned the houses. He rented houses. And somehow this smart meter were letting gas into the house. Now, don't ask me how this happened. I can't remember. It was several years ago. But that's when I went into my shtick about, we've not had one. We refused it. And I told him my reasons for not having it. But he was gobsmacked at this situation that he dealt with, where it were letting gas into the house. Somehow, the smart meter. I have no idea. I can't remember the story. And I'm certainly not making claims that, and yeah, the fact that you said they're making, look, I don't know about that. That sounds a bit dodgy to me, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Here's something for you guys. So I was curious about how many amps like a normal house like draws in, right? Like what's usually hitting the house, right? And it's from 100 to 200 amps. And then I looked up how many amps actually run through the power lines, right? So they're rated to, what was it, like 4,000 amps per circuit? But the average current in a typical circuit is more like 700 amps, all right? So on average, 700 amps, but your house really only handles 100 to 200. So what would happen if they pumped like 500 amps into your house? Would that like fuck shit up, right?
I get what you're saying, but you only pull amps when there is a resistive load, something for the work to be done, right? Like you have to actually do something to use amps, right? Because amps is the actual measurement of current flow across a conductor, right?
Yeah, whoever said that is spot on. Fuck yeah.
It's okay. The best analogy I can give you is, say you want your cell phone battery to last as long as possible.
Oh, it's another.
You would ideally want to charge it as slow as possible if you had the time. So what I like to do is use a USB cable to the motherboard on my computer, which typically only deals out about 500 milliamps. Or just tell the phone, hey, charge slower. But like, if you only provide it with a small amount of current, that's as fast as it can charge. Whereas if I were to plug it into the wall wart, or the adapter you plug into the wall, it's gonna allow it to charge much faster. At 2 amps or more.
So that's amps. What about volts? Would volts cause damage if you were able to like pump up the volts?
No, volts doesn't do anything meaningful. That's what I thought.
Voltage. I thought was power.
Voltage is just a potential. It's kind of like how rivers flow, right? You have water, at a higher elevation, and that is the potential. There being higher land and lower land, there's a potential between the 2 points. So water flows from the higher land to the lower land. That is voltage. And how fast the water flows, that's amperage. And let's say you have a dam and it only allows a small amount of water through. Well, that's your resistance, the resistance to flow. So basically 0 ohms, in resistance they call it ohms. So 0 ohms means you have no restriction at all. It is like the best connection there is. And then you have infinity, which means there is no connection.
It's a perfect dialect.
You completely isolate it. Yeah, voltage doesn't kill you. It's amperage.
That's what I thought, that it wasn't volts. I just wanted to double check. Being as you sounded so smart. Thank you.
I like how they call frequency hertz. HERTZ. Hertz, right?
Oh, wait, real quick. As we're speaking of amps, right? So Snack is on the panel right now. Or in the VC. One day he hits me up about. This is a couple years ago. He hits me up about the Eiffel Tower, and he goes, "Dude, did you know there's a bunch of names on the Eiffel Tower?" So it turns out there's 72 names on the Eiffel Tower, right? And there's a bunch of like prominent like scientists on there. Like we all know like Foucault's pendulum, right? Foucault's on there. You
They
guys
say
remember
there's
Coulomb?
God. They say there's 72 names of God or whatever. That's fucking weird, bro.
What? Really?
72 degrees. Yeah, and the Kabbalah or whatever. They say there's 72 names of God or something. I think Islam also agrees. I don't quote me though. I could be wrong about Islam
Well,
agreeing. But I think
72 is one of those numbers too, like 33 and shit, where they use it's in like a lot of
yeah,
stuff. So
because the interior angle of a pentagram is of the pentagram point. The interior angle of the pentagram point is 72 degrees. But in Kabbalah, they say 72 names of God. And 72 is a very important number. So it's very interesting that there's 72 names on the Eiffel Tower. Thank you.
Well, and so we call amps because of Ampere, right? He was the guy that figured this shit out, or like wrote it down or whatever. His name's on the tower. Coulomb's on the tower. Dude, there's a bunch of names on there. I can't even remember all of them. But yeah, no. So a bunch of these like prominent scientist guys their names are etched in the Eiffel Tower for some odd reason.
That's
and one of them is Ampere. While we're talking about amps, though, sorry, it just triggered a memory.
And then Volta. There's Volta, right? Volts.
Yeah, but he's not on the tower. He didn't make the cut.
You should double check. Maybe he did. If you can't remember all the names, you should post it.
It could be a Morgan Freeman effect,
Well,
or
it's
whatever.
only I think it's only French scientists on there. Or if they were on there and they were from another country, that they changed their names, and that may be the case in Ampere, because we couldn't find any heraldry or any root families that were Ampere, but Vampire we could find.
Volta was Italian.
Okay, yeah, so right here. In fact, each verse contains 72 letters. That means they can be aligned in parallel, forming 72 triplets of letters. In this configuration, the Zohar states that the first verse is to be written in the proper order since it represents God's loving kindness. So it's in the Zohar, which is essentially for Kabbalah, the Zohar is like the 101, or like it's like Kabbalah 101 essentially. If you want to learn Kabbalah, read the Zohar. The Zohar talks about the 72 names of God, which relates to the 72 names on this Eiffel Tower. And then they have all these people who are saying, oh yeah, well, quantum mechanics and relativity parallels Kabbalah. It's just a coincidence. How did they figure it? Like, so funny, man.
So apparently there's a 72-inch tall cube. Oh, no, never mind. That's a different thing. Sorry. Looking up 72 stuff now just because you got me on this 72K.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
You
72
got
times
me.
2, 144.
You had me thinking about smart meters now, because that's what I have on the side of my house. Because I rented the house out for a few years, came back, and it had a smart meter on there. I was like, no.
They do it without even letting you know. That's why it made me so. That's why I put a fucking letter on my shit, because I saw that it was analog, and then I saw that like a guy came out and was starting to mess with it, and I was like, "Hey, what are you doing?" Like, and thank God I was home at the time, and like, you know, he's like, "Oh, I'm just installing a smart meter," and I'm like, "Oh no, you're not." Like, goodbye. I'll talk to your supervisor or whatever. But yeah, like most people, they just do it without your permission. They literally just come and like just do it in the middle of the day. Like you don't have to sign anything. Like they just like, I don't know. I know red states were different. Like you could opt out in most red states, but Thank God here in Ohio where I'm at now, like we don't have a smart meter, and I called and talked to them about it, and they were like, no, if we did, we would like schedule it with you first and blah blah blah. And I'm like, okay, cool, that makes me feel better. But then again, they could just tell you that or whatever. But I mean, I don't know, or maybe that's all hype too. Like a lot of the stuff I saw was from the news, and then we know how like reliable they are. So, but it was pretty crazy to see a couple of different videos of smart meters like just totally engulfing someone's side of their house somehow. I don't know how. Like I know some people have like I don't know how like a gas thing because I don't think gas was hooked up through that at all, like or read through that at all. Maybe they're making them now like because I know like a lot of like the smart like appliances are connected, like they're trying to connect the house with the smart shit and everything, have it all be all connected somehow, so like that's the only way that I could imagine. That guy that was just talking about how like one of their buddies' houses was like releasing gas or something somehow. Like I mean, I don't know. I think if there's a way to opt out of it, do it. If not, like they also make those EMF protective like cases that you can put over it to like, help keep it from like radiating because it basically like pulsates like nonstop like through the house or not like through the house, but if you like have it on a wall that like you sleep like right next on the other side of the wall, like you might want to move where you sleep sort of thing because it apparently like puts off some pretty powerful shit. Or there's that stuff that you can put in your paint. It's a mineral that like helps to block EMF. It's like a black powder. I can't remember what it's called. I think it starts with an S. It's like some weird name that I can't really pronounce well. But you mix it in with your paint and paint your walls with it, and it's like a protective kind of EMF protective, whatever. It helps with that shit apparently.
Yeah, they were
So
buying it from Germany, weren't they, way back? It sounds like you and me watched a lot of the same videos back in the day. This is going back a
probably.
long way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
I
you
was in
can,
this like 10 years ago, so yeah, I've
yeah,
seen a
you
lot of
can get
stuff on it.
the company to come out and say if you moved into a home and it had a smart meter in it, you didn't want it, you could get the new company that come and remove it. I'm sure they'd charge you as well. But
Mhm.
yeah, I remember back in the day they were charging people like I can't remember. I think it was like $15 a month or something like that extra
Yeah.
for not having the smart meter. That's sinister. That's really
Yeah.
sinister, that isn't
Yeah,
it?
mine was only $5 a month extra, and then it was $60 to do the actual like, trade it out or whatever. But then I heard just recently somebody in here I think said that in Illinois or somewhere that they were trying to charge $80 a month to read it. Like that it's gone up like crazy high. But from I was paying $5, and then I have friends still in Phoenix that are saying they got to pay like $15 or $20. So it has gone up even where I was from, like more than doubled in price. So they are trying to make it like really inconvenient and make people just agree to it. And that's the whole thing is like we can't just be agreeing to shit. Like we have to be figuring out other ways to get around it, even if it means like getting generators getting, I don't know if I'm a big fan of solar after all of the shit that I've learned about solar and how, how the panels, they don't last as long and they don't create, and the lithium batteries and all the shit that goes along with
It's the
all of
battery.
that. Like,
It's the batteries that are the problem, not solar panels. Solar panels are very useful.
yeah,
I
but they also
mean,
don't last as long as like what they claim, like there's,
they
um,
do. They
they
do.
do. Okay. I
Maybe,
thought that they like
maybe,
have
maybe
longer
some of the.
life.
Hold up. Listen, I have a calculator, and it's solar powered calculator. Okay, I've
Uh-huh.
had that calculator since third fucking grade. So whatever they're building the solar panels out of now, if it's not lasting as long as this fucking calculator, this Texas Instrument calculator, then obviously that's a case of planned obsolescence, not a case of the technology there or not.
Yeah.
Because I was a fucking third, like, listen, I was doing addition on this fucking thing. Now I'm fucking 25. So this
Yeah.
is like a 15-year-old solar panel, and it's a piece of shit, and it's been in my bag, and we throw my bag around and shit. So
Is
if
it
they're telling you solar panels in your house don't last that long, that's fucking cap.
well
They're putting shit in it that's fucking garbage that they
yeah.
could be doing better.
Well, I heard like the monocrystalline ones or whatever, like the black ones are better quality than like the blue ones or whatever, which I forget what those ones are called. Um, but I'm just saying, like, based off of like the people that I've known that like got, went through some company to like get their house all hooked up, like started out like the first year they were like getting money back from the place, from like the electrical company or whatever, and then after like a year, 2 years, like it started dwindling and dwindling, and then it's to the point where now they're paying out, they're not actually getting any money back. And I know that these companies are bullshit, so whatever, but like they're claiming that like, oh well, after so many years, like the solar like loses its, you have to replace the panels, and you have to, or the cells in the panels or something, like if some of the cells get damaged from like hail or from storms or from whatever, just wear and tear like type of stuff. Who knows? But I always thought those things were scammy, and they are. I mean, these people paid like $20,000 for like their house to have all this shit, and then they're still having like an electrical bill at the end of all of it. I mean, I'm not saying it's the solar panels. I'm sure it's the company, but like, I'm just
Yeah,
skeptical. Depends. Huh?
my dad uses solar panels, and he sails around the fucking Pacific Ocean and shit, and goes to Tahiti, and he has
Yeah.
a fucking solar panel on the back of his boat. But he's had that solar panel, and he's been sailing long before this whole fucking
Yeah.
garbage trend.
Well, he's
People
not
buying.
running like air conditioners and fridges and shit off of it, I'm sure.
That's a
Like,
good point. Yeah,
like
that's a,
so like I'm just saying to like run a whole house, like, it depends on, where you're at, like, if you even get a lot of sun, like if you're in a, further up north and you don't, wintertime, you don't get a lot of sun, like you need to have like propane or something's backup. But there's a way around it, is my point, is that like, yeah, it may be tough, but like you can get propane, you can get solar, you can get generators. We can, survive without going through them for our electricity. We just have to be creative about it and fucking be cool
I
with like
fully
maybe roughing it.
fuck them. I guess our life is gonna have to be a little more uncomfortable, but fuck
Yeah,
them.
exactly. That's my point. Is like, like, and that's why I get frustrated when I talk to people that are like, well, I got the shot. I had to get the shot though. And I'm like, no, but you keep saying that, but you didn't. You just chose to go the easy route. You could have like, like, yeah, it would have been more uncomfortable. You would have had to make some life adjustments, but at the end of the day, you still chose to go get that fucking shot. And like, I'm not saying that they weren't fucked
It's
up to
discounting
put
what we
that.
had to go through. It's
Yeah,
discounting what we go through, dude.
yeah,
The only public area I could enter was fucking Safeway. Everything else I was banned for not even months. I take that back. Years. Actual
damn,
years. Where I
Where
couldn't
are you
go
from?
inside of any building other than my house. Well, at the time I was living in Canada, but I'm from the US. I'm from Hawaii. But I was living in Canada for like 5 years, and the last 2 years of those 5 was during the pandemic. But when they say I had to do it, that's bullshit. They're just discount. They just don't. They want to be comfortable. I mean, let's
yeah,
just keep it a buck. It's not you had to. It's I wanted to be comfortable and go
yeah,
fucking do it.
yeah. I agree.
I'm pretty sure it's against the Geneva Convention, isn't it? I mean, if you really took them down to
Yeah, but
the
shit.
law of it all,
Yeah, but the
But
Geneva
anyway,
Convention trial,
Oh,
Geneva Convention is a show trial, so it doesn't matter. That's like
well,
arguing the OJ case. It's all bullshit.
well, perhaps we should move on from that topic anyway, seeing as we want the server to carry on. But yeah, I wanted to comment on the conversation you're having before, Rusted, because I agree with you. I like the fact that we see these so-called truthers channels, and they're no better. But then I also, because to me, there's just like an extension, like fucking, like tentacles of the same people.
Mm-hmm.
They did exactly the same thing with JFK, didn't they? That's where the CIA brought in conspiracy theorists, which,
Yeah.
the term conspiracy theorist, so they could just chuck that at anything to discredit it. But then I agree with Witsit because he's saying, look, this is like it's no better, you know. It's that Russian vids guy. I rarely leave YouTube comments, but I leave like two a year, and I left a huge comment to that guy saying, look, this shit you're putting out, it's hurting the rest of your content. That's the gist of the whole thing that I sent him, and I'm sure he'd give. At the time, I didn't realize it, you see, and because this is a lot of years ago. But I didn't realize that. Oh, it extends down to here then, as well. But it's beyond that. It extends down to these Discord channels. It really does. I'm telling you, because that's how they play the game. They wean their way into any circles, and they manipulate it from the inside. That's what they do. So you just got to expect that. So yeah, I was liking that conversation, and you're exercising good I don't know, judgment. You're thinking from it from multiple angles, and that's what these people do. So yeah.
No,
So,
I really
what's
need
the
to
kid-
come.
Sorry.
Sorry, what?
I was gonna say, Witsa kept bringing up like Nagasaki, right? And how they were firebombed instead of nuked. And I didn't get a chance to say anything because everybody was running around. But I mean, like, so we can all agree that those pictures we saw look like real pictures, right? Of Nagasaki and Hiroshima, right?
Yeah.
Like, but it's definitely not the story that we were told. I mean, just because there's pictures of something doesn't mean that it is completely real and happened the way that it happened, you know? Like even like we've talked before, Rusted, about like the Civil War photos and stuff, right?
Mhm.
Like how they all look completely staged, just like this looks really staged with the cars being all closed. Like did the people setting this up never see like an apocalyptic movie where the doors are always left open, the cars are left a mess, like people left in the cars, right? No bodies in the cars, no nothing, except for the 4 that they found at the beginning, right? Where he said that it was what was it? 2 adults and 2 kids. And it turned out to be 2 adults, their adult daughter, and one of their kids is the official story of who was in that car. So it doesn't even match what they first said.
Yeah.
So I mean, like, just because it was a real event, because we can all agree that Nagasaki and Hiroshima was a real event, but we're just trying to say that it definitely did not happen the way that they're saying happened, and we don't know.
Yeah. Well, and
For sure.
Witsit, was his name Witsit? I don't know
Yeah.
if I'm saying it right. He was agreeing though too. That's the crazy part, is it sounded like he was disagreeing, but then also agreeing at the same time, because he was saying the same thing. Like, yeah, duh, obviously it didn't happen the way that, like, but it's kind of like we can't really put all the pieces together until we actually sit and go through all of. That's why I really need to just make the video. Like, I was debating on it today, but I had too much going on today. I couldn't actually like sit and work on it, but it just needs to happen now, because I've had too many people that like I actually respect and like that just they don't have the time to go through all the stuff that we've already gone through. So it just makes sense to just put it all together in one video where you can like see for yourself like what I'm talking about, so I don't sound so crazy, because I know I sound crazy. Like, I know there's like things that like people don't know what we're talking about without having like the visual, and then once they have the visual, it's just a lot easier to understand like our where I'm coming from with it. And even like I'll be the first to admit, like, I don't even know where I'm coming from with it, other than the fact that I know that what they're saying is bullshit, and that's pretty much the only extent of like something that I will stand firm on. Like, I'm not gonna say nobody died, I'm not gonna say a ton of people died, I'm not gonna say, because I don't know, like, we don't have enough evidence, there's not enough there's not enough footage, there's not enough stuff that's really showing, like, and I don't know. I know we were going to drop the topic, and I'm not trying to bring it back up again.
No. Listen, I'm reluctant to talk about certain things like that because they get ideas from even the things we say. Make no mistake about that. That's absolutely true. But look at that. Look at that Stu Peters. Like this
Oh,
guy seemed
Dude, you
totally
should chill.
legit at first, but then he
yeah,
started pushing this like snake venom in the water thing. I'm not sure if you saw that, but
yeah,
this was like the big breaking thing, a big deal, you know.
yeah,
And I watched the video and I thought, okay, that's kind of compelling, but it
yeah.
seems a bit weird. I went
Hmm.
over to Amanda Volmer, and she just
Hmm.
destroyed it in about 2 minutes flat. She was like, "This is the most fucking retarded thing I've ever." They've been using venom in, big pharma's been using venom for all kinds of things for decades, and she
Yeah.
just broke it down so simply, like she just
The
blew
very
it out of.
the very first vaccine created
Well,
by the
wait,
Jesuits in the
wait, wait.
1400s.
Code words, Rusted. Come on.
What?
Code
Oh,
words.
oops. My bad. My bad. I'm sorry. But the Jesuits, can I say Jesuits? Is that a thing? But basically, they were apparently the first in the 1400s to make the first one, and it was made out of snake venom. So yeah, it's like it's their tradition, basically, like to inject, you know, either not always just straight up venom. Sometimes it's like, it's like, what's the word? But they like make it in a lab and it like mimics venom, like whatever. But yeah, I mean I thought that was really compelling for sure. But really what got me was with him with the East Palestine coverage. He was so like ugh, it was just so cringy because I'm like I went and got tests myself for East Palestine and we live like 20 miles away and the stuff that like I didn't realize how poisoned the well of the truther community was until that really happened. And I was like, wow, like every single even like the channels that I've been following for 10 years, like Truth Stream Media, I've been following them for like 10 years. And they just literally came out with the video showing every single different um like like they're literally saying that the media is not covering it while they're showing clips from the media. So I'm just like, are you guys not even like hearing yourselves right now? Like you're showing clips from CNN and all these different channels claiming that they're not covering it, like and then like
And
all of
then
the stuff. What happened?
talking about how like the EPA was there, even though there's really almost no evidence of the legitimate EPA being there.
Right? There was some dude in like jeans and like a duct tape Rubbermaid container to a stick and like they're like, look, this guy in hazmat suits. I'm like, since when does fucking Wrangler make hazmat suits, man? Like all of this is not making any sense. Like this dude in penny loafers is standing practically in the water, like poking at a dead fish, and then all of a sudden now it's like thousands of dead fish, and I'm like, dude, no dead fish. I'm here. There's no dead fish. Like I'm walking through the fucking creeks, like got samples, like samples came back BDL, like all of this stuff is the exact opposite of what they're claiming. And then even just to prove it, like the whole hearing happens and they admit that none of the tanks had been breached. Nothing had, even if it did leak out, vinyl chloride leaked out into the water supply like they claimed, it's a freaking gas and it would have been like visible like fog all
Yeah,
over
it would
like
have
how what happened in
evaporated.
2012. Huh?
It would have evaporated almost
It would have
immediately when it got to like like daylight temperature, room temperature, like
no, not even
because
like
it.
it just when it gets released into the it just dissipates into the air is what that guy said
Well,
that
no,
like the
that's why it does that though, is because it's reaching a different temperature. Like it has to be stored at a certain temperature to keep it liquid. And
okay.
when the heat rises, that's what turns it into the gas and the vapor that you see go up.
Oh,
And
got
that
it. Okay.
happens when it's outside of the container that it's being held in.
Got it. Okay, because the guy that was in the hearing that was like the expert that came in and was talking about it was like basically saying like all the stuff that these firefighters they're all like backing each other up, right? And like but like it's totally contradictory as to like what actually happened, like clearly they were all in on it. So that's why when people say stuff like, oh, there's no way all these people could be in on it, well, every single one of those fire chiefs were fucking in on it and they were all covering for each other. and they all were like peddling bullshit after bullshit, even though like none of the stuff that they claimed was actually the truth, and it was all proven in the fucking 18-hour hearing, if anybody actually listened to it. But that's the thing, is that none of the truther channels like that were covering East Palestine for fucking weeks, and didn't start covering them until Stu Peters. That's how this even started, was Stu freaking Peters. He started it, and then all of a sudden it was like an avalanche of like every single truther channel all saying the same exact thing, just like the blue stuff in Maui. It was all like the same shit. Like the same way that they would show like the news clips back in the day of like all the news anchors saying the same exact thing. That's now the truther channels. It's like all of the truther channels saying the same exact thing, like all in unison.
Yeah,
And then
like I was telling Noah earlier when I looked up the barricade, which by the way, Noah, if you're still in here, if you can shoot me a link now, dude, I'd appreciate that.
Yeah.
Because when you said about the barricades, right? Like, and I looked it up on BitChute, and I even sent rest of the screenshots. Like, they're all the same videos. It's like 2 or 3 videos recycled over and over and over. And like I was saying earlier, they did not even take the time to make their own thumbnails, dude. They just copied the thumbnail that was there before.
yeah. Yeah, and like so none of those channels too that did push all of this East Palestine stuff, none of them did follow-ups about like, oh, test results came back, blah blah blah. The people that did the test literally just disappeared. Like their accounts are now deleted, their YouTubes are deleted, all their social media stuff is just gone, and like their test results are just like non-existent. And then now there's this hearing that was like 19-hour long hearing that I haven't seen anybody cover, not even Tim Truth, who he was covering it like crazy, even had me on his show talking about it for a minute, had David on, and he hasn't covered anything. Like I even sent him clips from it because I was like going through like saving a bunch of clips, like, oh, this is gold in here, you guys. Like, have you guys been watching this? And everyone's just like, nope, it's the next psyop, and they moved on from it. Nobody cares. And that's what they're doing. They're trying to like overload everybody to the point where you're like, I don't even care anymore. I don't even want to look this shit up. I don't even want to look at anything because it's like a freaking full-time job. It's not like we're getting paid to look into this stuff. It's more for our own like knowledge and our own whatever. But you start piecing it all together, and it's like it's overwhelming how much like they're inundating us with this garbage. Like it just really is like one thing after another of like, I guess propaganda is legal, so they're going to be like bombarding us with as much as possible.
What is controlled opposition?
Right?
But I mean, like, I used to watch Alex Jones religiously, like a lot, right? But then I was trying to connect the dots. I was like, wait a minute, something's not adding up. It's like, yeah, he does spit a lot of truth, but at the same time, he's a fearmonger and all these other issues. I look at it as the same way as Stu Peters, David Icke,
Yeah.
all of them. But I still listen to them every once in a while because, they still spit a lot of truth. You just like pick what you want, what ideas you want to, hold as true. You know what I mean? And just throw the rest of it out.
Yeah, I'm not
That's what I
saying
do.
like, oh, you can't listen to these people or anything like that. Like, it's just take it with a grain of salt. Like, take what you don't have to agree with everything, but it is good to like know what they're saying and what's being said. Also, like it's good to kind of like know thy enemy or whatever, right? Like, watch the news, get the news clips. Like, that's how like that's how you can have even talking points on how to debunk them, is by using their own information against them. Like the same way that we debunk NASA's bullshit is like using their own words against them, their own lies against them. Like that's basically like all we have to do is just, this is the new war, right? Like it's a war, an information war. It's about what you're, like if you can go and bring up some key talking points with like people. Like I get wanting to wake people up, but at the same time, like it's a slippery slope and it's hard. You have to kind of like read the room really well, otherwise you'll definitely be like that crazy person at the party that won't shut the fuck up about 9/11 or like whatever,
Exactly.
like I've definitely been that person. I'm like that person in this room even. You know what I mean? Like whatever. But at the same time, like sometimes those are the seeds that need to be planted in order, and maybe they won't sprout for fucking years from now. Like I had people hit me up like years later, like, you know, I thought you were crazy as shit, and then like something happened, and now I'm actually like sounding a lot like you, and I'm like, right? Maybe I'm not so crazy. I don't know where I am, but I'm just, you know, I don't know.
You know, on Stu Peters, you realize that his name, it sounds exactly like stupider. You say
Yeah,
stupid,
exactly.
stupider.
Yeah.
Stu Peters, stupider.
It
So when you talk
does.
Stu Peters, you're just making my ass stupider. Don't ever mention that.
Yeah.
That guy,
What
such
kind
an
of
oh, post Alex Jones being exposed as a shill, dude. No one should have. Stu Peters shouldn't even be a guy. Like that shouldn't even be an individual that has ever even crossed our mind or lips. Like that guy, I knew was a shill before I even saw his content. Like I just
Did
seen
you
him,
ever
and
see his rap videos from like 10 years ago?
yeah,
They're, they're pretty funny.
if you haven't seen that, you got to look that up. That is hilarious.
Yeah, he's
Have you
totally
looked at
like,
his background?
Do you guys remember when Alex Jones went to court for his kids and admitted that his show is just a show? That it was
oh, I
all
do
just a show?
remember that. Yeah, that it's all just like it's for
Like, he
entertainment purposes.
legitimately said that under oath in a fucking court case, dude.
But
Like,
he has to. I mean, think about all these people now. That's what they say at the beginning. This is for entertainment purposes, because they have to cover their ass or whatever. And like, and you know, same thing with like the Sandy Hook stuff. Like he did not for 6 years. We were all like blowing up. Like people, I'd hear people call in, and they'd get cut off like mid sentence because they'd start talking about Sandy Hook, and he would just like he would not talk about it for 6 years, and then all of a sudden comes out talking about it, and like he's like and then goes to court and is like and retracts everything that he said, and basically the same thing, like, oh, it's just for entertainment, and like totally just did like backpedaled the whole thing or whatever. And like, I don't know, it's like you're right. I mean, there are things that he does say that are truthful. They do have some truth to it. That's why he hasn't just been totally shunned 100%. But like, I just keep remembering like back in 2000 when Bill Cooper called him out because he was doing like he was saying people were getting shot in the street. He was like screaming on his show like, oh, fucking, because like New Year's happened or whatever, like and he was acting like there was some crazy like zombie apocalypse or some crazy shit was happening, like people were dying in the streets and like screaming and freaking out, and like Bill Cooper like called his ass out and did like a whole like show dedicated to like calling out his whole CIA like history of his like his
wait, isn't Bill
uncle.
Cooper Alex Jones?
No,
I
I'm just
no,
thought
Bill
fucking
Cooper
around.
is Jordan
I'm just
Maxwell.
fucking around. Like,
I thought Bill Hicks was Alex Jones.
Yeah, Bill Hicks is Alex Jones. Yeah,
He's got
and
the
Jordan
same teeth.
Maxwell is Bill Cooper apparently.
Who?
oh yeah, no,
You were just getting your
I was
CIA
getting my bills mixed
fucking
up.
mixed up. Yeah,
You said Maxwell is who?
is Bill Cooper. That's just a theory going around. Someone did like an overlay video like years ago, showing Maxwell's
What?
face next like over Bill Cooper's face, and they do actually. It looks like he's wearing like a fat suit, like his chin, like he's got a double chin on when he's playing the Maxwell part. But I mean, it is suspect that like Bill Cooper had, was in like the Navy or whatever, and had like grew up in the different Masonic like like Boy Scouts and all those kind of different things, and was like into knows as much as he does about it. And then like there was a recording of him, supposedly of him, like after 9/11 happened, so he should have already been dead, but he like apparently like called into some like, conspiracy show and was like talking about 9/11 and all these different things, and it sounded just like him. And now I can't find the recording of it. It's been a long time since I've looked for it, but I was looking for it years ago because I'm like, oh, I remember that, but it got scrubbed and I haven't been able to find it since. But apparently there was a recording of him after his supposed death or whatever. But anyways, I wanted to get Bill Cooper tattooed on my arm with a freaking, with his face in like a sailboat and shit, because I was like such a big fan of his. And like, not to say that he didn't put out good work and everything, but I see him as like the opposite of, Bill Cooper, but still like a planted agent as well, like like these people don't just come out of nowhere and get like a radio show in the 90s and like are able to actually, you know, do the things that they did without being like allowed to. You know what I mean? Like I know like the claim is that he got killed on his front doorstep or whatever, but you know, we also don't that was also a story. We don't really know that that's what happened. He could have just, you know, changed identities, whatever, moved somewhere else. Fucking that was his role that was now over and now he's got a different role to play. Like I don't rule anything out. Like I've literally like gone through all of the people that I once looked up to and had to like you know, analyze it all because you can't be in this like world of conspiracy and not like, you know, and just rule everything out. Like you have to have an open mind when it comes to the possibility of them not being the person that they claim they are, you know? It's just it's
Hey,
healthier that way, I feel like. So
here's
you have no
It was
something,
too
fear.
guys.
easy, right? It was way too easy. It's like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Hey, so I just thought of something as I was watching one of these videos that Noah sent me, right? And it
Mhm.
was like after the fire, and it's showing after the fire's out, and there's just a bunch of smoke, right?
Mhm.
And it got me thinking, does anybody know the official story of how they stopped the fires?
I think it just burned out or something. Cuz I mean, if they didn't have any water and the firefighters weren't doing shit, like I don't
Right?
know.
And like so, and another thing I'm noticing that's missing in this footage, like, because there's a lot of smoke still, right? And in this, there's no flashing lights from any emergency vehicles as this
Mm.
helicopter is like flying around while it's still like smoking and smoldering.
Yeah. No, that's the same thing with East Palestine when there was no flashing lights and I think I saw maybe one fire truck, but according to other people it was like 14 fire trucks there or something crazy. I'm like, where are they all? Like how
It should
come
have been lit up like a nightclub over there, right?
yeah,
Like,
right? Huh. It's interesting. I don't know.
so yeah, no, I appreciate these videos that Noah sent, but so far I'm like the third one down, and I'm almost 9 minutes into this one, and still have yet to see an actual police barricade. Like so far, yeah, so far I haven't seen any of that in these videos. I mean, there's some cool footage in this. I'll send this one to you, Rusted. I don't know if
Yes,
you've
please
seen some
do.
of the footage in this one.
Yeah, send me
Uh,
whatever.
but yeah, no, I still don't. I mean, I still got like 3 or 4 more links that he sent me to go through,
Okay.
but so far I still don't see like an actual
What?
barricade. There's a couple of clips where there's like cars stopped, but I mean, like that could be traffic while they're, you know what I mean, like
Yeah, yeah.
while they're
Yeah, like you'd think there would be like at least a couple of videos of somebody like, you know, seeing what was happening if this is really what's going on and be like, I'm gonna record this interaction with this cop right now to see what they tell me. Like,
yeah.
I don't know.
Well, and like so one of the clips in here was actually so they were stopped, and then these 2 cars in front of them turned left, and I was thinking like, oh, they must be being told to turn left by the person in the middle of the street, like telling, you know what I mean, directing traffic, right? That's what I was thinking was going to happen. But
Mhm.
then the car that was recording the video got up to where they were the only car there, and there was nobody there, and they kept going straight, but they cut the video off.
Oh, huh.
Like it almost looks like it was like set up to look like it was a blockade, but it really wasn't because there was nobody there actually directing any traffic or anything. And
Yeah.
it's interesting because the car was still able to go forward instead of having to turn left like the other 2 cars.
So like some
So
people were going left and some people were going straight, basically.
yeah, that's what it looked like.
Did it look like there was like was the background like the sky was it blue or was it cloudy and like smoky looking? Because that was the one on one of them. I was like, dude, this doesn't even. It's like blue skies. There's no like. How do we know this was from that day even, like, the way that
So
they've been
a lot of this, the sky is really
is dark.
smoky in it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well,
Um,
that's good. At least that can rule that out, because that was one of them that I saw. It was like, okay, this clearly isn't from that day, or if it
but
is, like,
it's interesting because, like, as I'm looking at this again, you can see the fire and the smoke being blown, and then on the other side, it's completely like blue skies.
oh, okay, so it all just depends on the angle of the camera and where everything. Okay, I don't
Yeah,
know.
like most of these videos in this, or the most of the clips in this video, are from like quite a distance. Like,
Yeah,
and then the cameras zoom in, and then there's like helicopter footage, and like I was saying. But yeah, I'm gonna have to go through this a little bit deeper as well, because like I said, I still got a few more links to go through.
yeah, and I'll work on my video too, so I don't. We could add. I'll have you help me and, like, basically send it to you, and you tell me if I'm missing anything, because I always forget stuff. Um, but yeah, back to Drew Peters and Alex Jones and that whole. I thought it was really interesting how the East Palestine thing, like, literally nobody was talking about it for like 3 weeks, and then all of a sudden he does one show, and then it just like blew up everywhere. All of a sudden, everybody's like going ape shit over it. I'm like, dude, where the hell were you guys the last 3 weeks? What the fuck? Like, it was almost like he got the go ahead. Like, they got enough of it cleaned up. They got enough of stuff, like, whatever, covered up and whatever, that now is like a good time to start, like, pumping in the fear and stuff. It's really crazy.
Yeah, no,
That's
I
all.
remember that one guy that was collecting stuff over at East Palestine. He picked up that stuff that looked like it came from the inside of a diaper and put it into some like
Yeah, it
chemical
totally
case.
looked the inside of a diaper. It was like some weird jelly stuff, and it was like all chunky, and he's like, look at that. Look at that. And I'm just like, dude, like, like, I don't know. And then, of course, like, he just disappears. Like, where are the test results, bro? Where's, and then he's, I think in some of the comments, somebody was pointing out, like, you know, like, that he's full of shit, and he got super triggered, and I think just literally deleted his whole thing, because so many people were commenting follow-up test, like, where are the test results? Like, it was literally like a sea of comments on that video, all like asking about the test results, because it had been like months, and then, like, all of a sudden everything's just gone now, and, like, bro totally lost all credibility, um because nobody wanted to be transparent with their results. Like, it doesn't, like, oh, there's nothing wrong with any of the stuff, like, isn't going to sell conspiracy newspapers really well.
I just
So,
stopped watching all the truthers stuff. In fact, I just lovingly called it truth or shit, because that's what it is, truth or shit. I just got
right,
I just got bored with it. I was like, this is bullshit. They're just blowing people around like a carrier bag in wind. So,
right,
but interestingly, when you were having a back and forth with Witsit, my first thought was World War One and Two, because
yeah,
I mean, clearly there's a lot of death there, and brother wars, as they should be called. What's my new battle cry? Brothers, never forget Dresden. But what happened in 1917? Well, Belfort letters. Belfort letters were it? Remember? Does anybody know about this? What happened? It was a land grab. It was another land grab.
yep,
Same people, the same bloody people at it again, and
yep,
also getting rid of a lot of strong men
yep,
that that fucking stand up to a lot of shit that they're doing now, and many other things.
yeah.
They wiped
And
out
then
a
they
whole
also had
generation
the,
of men.
sorry,
You
what?
what, dude?
No, I was just saying they wiped out a whole generation of men real quick. The stroke of a pen.
yeah, it has certainly helped with the from the eugenics angle as well. you know, yeah, they always do that. They kill 20 birds with one stone. It's
Dude, there's a
almost
total plan
difficult
to
not
kill
to.
the family. There's a total plan to kill the family, bro.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Yeah, the traditional family. I think about that quite a lot with the just tribes. When you think of this tribe, I'm just talking about like the immigrants flooding into to the West and all that sort of stuff. When you look at it and what it really means, because I often think of that with the Constitution, with the Bill of Rights and all that, because I've talked about that quite a lot, so I'll not go into that. But because on the face of it, it seems like the best thing in the world, but if you think about it, it's taking people down to individuals rather than tribes, because uh, you know what? I'm just watching this TV show from like 2020, and it's basically Brave New World. So Aldous Huxley. It's based on his book, but it's not as good as the book. But it's good. Anybody freedom minded should definitely watch it. I'm about 5 episodes in. Really good. And so
What's
yeah,
it called?
sorry,
What's it called?
it's called Brave New World.
Oh, okay. So it's okay. Sorry, I
Yeah,
thought it
same
was
as the book.
okay.
So
Got it.
yeah, and yeah, anybody freedom minded definitely watch that because it's interesting as well because Rotten Tomatoes gave it like 41%, and the audience score was like 78 or something. I thought that's usually a good sign that you should watch it because that's grabbled as well. Rotten Tomatoes, it really is. Oh man, I can't remember what I was going to say. Oh yeah, taking the people from the tribes to the individual, because that's what they're doing with the getting rid of the cultures, aren't they? I've been thinking about that quite a lot because I don't like this idea of racism at all. It's not about racism. It's not about color of someone's skin. It's about cultures, isn't it? Because I like the idea. The Swedish people generally are blonde-haired and blue-eyed and beautiful. And that's a bit of a stereotypical thing, but I like that idea. And they have culture and strong identity with their heritage. But you can see how they slowly destroy that, right? Because they've got to.
Yeah, they want to blur the lines of everything and everywhere. So
Yeah,
it's
it's
yeah,
just easy to control people then, isn't it? Just
yeah.
completely obliterate their history.
Yeah, if everyone's ripped apart from each other. Well, and what they've been doing for years, like um the psychological games they've been running on us, like guilt tripping us to, like as soon as you hit 18, you got to move out of the house and you got to, so then there's like, it used to be like, everybody lived in the same house and like helped each other, like the grandparents lived in the house with the parents and the kids and everybody helped each other, and until you were able to like start your own family and get your own house or build a house on the same property or something as your families, like everybody was like a family unit and they all were like a tribe and everybody like helped each other, and it's like they've been actively like shunning that and belittling that and making it seem like you're just some like piece of shit if you're, if you're not like out of the house at 18 and like already have a career and already have like a fucking car and everything, you know what I mean? Like it's, I don't know,
Well,
it's
they
wild.
want you to do that so they can have more customers. They don't give a
Yeah,
fuck about you or your family or your independence or your well-being. They just want more customers. So I
yeah,
would never listen to the mainstream garbage media that's literally just there to fuck you over. Thank you.
yeah.
Well,
No, I
dude,
agree.
they're even attacking like your ability to have like start a family, dude, to have kids. Like almost everything out there that they're pushing out there is a fucking contraceptive now, bro. Like everybody's into that whole like stevia sweetener. Dude, did you know that's a contraceptive? Did
Yep.
you know that wearing like polyester fucking boxer briefs or something like that or like anything with polyester in it, which is basically plastic, is a contraceptive for guys.
Yeah, if you wear them and like right before you supposedly like if you have the boxers on and then you go have sex, like apparently like there's a study where like like 99% of the time like the little guys aren't swimming. Like it's crazy.
No,
No, I
that I
agree.
haven't heard of.
Same thing with
Polyester?
the yeah, polyester.
So
And
it
then same
outgasses or
what?
the polyester outgasses? Like I'm trying to figure
Outcast.
out like how outgas like it
Oh, like the
Because
polyester. I
because
don't
it's
know
right.
plastic and it's on one of your most sensitive areas
what's on your
that
balls.
literally absorb shit.
Yeah. So
So like you know how they talk about those forever chemicals? Like your nuts are basically absorbing that, dude. So your
yeah.
little guys don't want nothing to do with it.
You should linen is apparently the most conductive like they did a study on like cotton versus linen versus polyester gives off the same amount of energy as like a dead person, like it's basically wearing a dead person, cotton is like 100 like you're at like I forget what percentage, I guess it's like 100% or whatever, and then like linen is like 1,000% or some shit. Like it actually energizes you. Like that's why like they used to wrap people in linen when they were healing back in the day. Like they had linen
Yo,
sheets. And they had,
what's the difference between linen and cotton? Sorry, excuse my extreme
no,
ignorance.
no, you're good. Linen is a fiber. It's from flaxseed, and it's like a hairy looking sort of like it's like a grass that like they basically like I could post some pictures. It ends up looking like kind of
I
like
know what
blonde
I
hair.
know what flaxseed is. I know what flaxseed is.
Yeah.
Thank you
So and then
for
and then
letting me.
cotton. Yeah. So cotton. I mean, cotton's like the bet. Is good. But as I
Isn't
know, linen's
polyester isn't polyester made from
oil.
from oil?
Yep.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
from
Well,
oil and plastic, dude.
doesn't that make sense then? Because if this linen is polyester, that's plant, which is the closest to being alive. And the next is sheep, which is eats plant matter, a little farther down the food chain. And then oil is dead shit. Well, I'm not gonna say it's dead shit, but their claim is that oil is actually dead shit.
Yeah.
Uh, so I mean that would make sense that something that's a plant has more energy, something that
Yeah.
an animal has a little less, and then something that's a dead animal has even much less. That makes sense to me. Thank you.
Wait, where are
Also,
you getting your cotton from?
no. Well, the sheep, like sheep wool, actually cancels out the linen. Surprisingly, that's why like apparently it
Yeah.
says in the Bible not to wear linen and sheep wool or whatever. Like it somehow energetically cancels each other out. But if you just were to wear wool by itself, it like actually is conductive like linen. And if you but they like cancel each other out somehow. Like I don't know. Like I don't remember the exact. Like I have to find the thing I was looking into. Remember that, Josh? Wasn't that what you said in the Bible somewhere? It said that.
In Leviticus, it talks about what clothes you wear with what clothes, and it
And
tells
not
you
to
what
wear wool
materials
with
not to
linen,
mix.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it says don't mix fabric. So like, I guess that that frequency for your body around the average is 100 megahertz, and then organic cotton's 100 megahertz.
Yeah.
Synthetic cotton is like 70 megahertz, and then you get like polyester and silk down to like 15, and
Yep.
then yeah, like wool and linen are like up to 5,000. But
Yeah.
if you wear them mixed, then they like basically there's phase cancellation. So yeah, the Bible says like not to mix fabrics, and it's like scientifically accurate.
Yeah. Super
Right. That's why
interesting.
I love that fucking book. I'm just saying, like.
No, it's super fascinating stuff. Like this is the kind of stuff like we need to be like realizing like holy shit, we can be energized by what we wear or we can be literally castrated by what we're wearing. Like they're actually there was this new thing that came out apparently, like well not new thing but the study I guess with 20-year-olds like nowadays have about as much like testosterone as like 60-year-olds from like 10 or 20 years ago or whatever. So like it is working what they're doing, like, Red Bull and like energy drinks. Well, I think Monster specifically, I'm not sure if all of them, but I know Monster is like makes guys infertile. Like there's so many weird things like that,
Well,
dude.
and
That
seed oils are endocrine disruptors, which is
yeah.
your hormones. So,
And
and
remember
that's like
that
on everything.
remember what's the name of that drink that's like death something, and it has
Oh,
like
liquid death.
Liquid Death. And if you look at the image on Liquid Death, it's the same image that like when you during like the rice or the water experiment that people did, like said hateful mean things. Like it literally looks the same under a microscope, like as that. Like so like the Liquid Death is literally like someone like the image
Like
or
they're
their
probably like
their
speaking
logo.
like negative things over the water, because you know how
Well,
we know
no,
that water has
Bro,
memory and shit. Like, what if they're speaking like weird spells over it
no,
before
they
they
are.
bottle it?
There was a
fuck,
video.
fuck with spelling. What? Just the words on the can.
Yeah, well,
Who
no,
the
but
fuck is drinking a can that says liquid death?
yeah, well,
I'm
no,
sorry.
but not only.
Even if I was a full atheist, I still wouldn't drink a can that said liquid death. That's
Well,
Dude, there's
dumb
some
shit.
stupid people out there, man.
no, but the crazy thing is, Josh, that you say that like it's like it. Oh, they're probably doing this. They apparently did a whole video like showing like almost like an advertisement showing how they do like curses or like some sort of like weird like ritual over like the big like vats of the fucking liquid death shit. Like they actually showed it like it was like some sort of a weird ritual where they're like, oh yeah, we actually have like a real witch
I
come over, and like I have to find the video. It's so
I
creepy.
don't remember that, but I was just joking. Holy
I
fuck.
know it's a real thing. It actually, like, I saw it and I was like, wait, no way, this has to be a spoof. Like, this can't be real. But like, no, there was like an advertisement for them to get like the weird culty like witch people that are like into witchcraft or whatever to buy their shit because they're like, we had a witch come in and like fucking dipper dipper dip. I'm like, I gotta find it now. It's so bad.
Dude, if you Google sperm count 2045, it says that it's dropping by 1 to 2% a year, and the trend line of these statistics implies that human sperm will approach zero by roughly 2045. First Google result.
Wow.
And then
That's
United Nations, so they just dropped agenda 2045, right? So they have
Oh,
20 and then 2030, and now they just are dropping 2045. It's like full on transhumanism, basically.
yeah,
So pretty funny.
there's no agenda though, right? There's nothing going on. No agenda. Nothing to see here.
Also, seed oils are bad for you in so many ways, bro. Like people basically like the only way to eat healthy now is to look at the back of something and it needs to have like maybe 2 things listed. Like people just need to start eating like 100% grass-fed animal products and raw milk and like fruit that's actually good. Anything that's on the back label has a lot of stuff listed. It's bad for you, and they put seed oil in practically everything now.
What about black seed?
From my understanding, seed oils are just bad for you, man.
What is
I've
it
actually
about seeds though?
Well,
I've
I
actually
always have
Like
a quick.
all seeds?
I always have a quick rule of thumb with oils, which is basically if it's a fruit, then it's okay, but if it's vegetables or a seed, like then it's no good.
Vegetables technically aren't in the Bible, so you're good.
Very simple. If it's from a
I've
fruit,
heard
it's good.
I've heard about black seed oil and that it has like medicinal properties for certain things. Like, I've heard that it helps like grow hair back. Like people put it topically on their head and take it internally for like hair regrowth. I don't know if any of these things are true. I'm just saying like I have like read, I've always looked into like holistic remedies for stuff, and I have remember seeing like, black seed oil, but I just haven't done a
Well,
lot
that's
of
the
digging.
thing, right? So like it says that herbs are for the healing of the nations. So like like vegetables, they do have like certain reactions, like defense mechanisms, like certain chemicals.
Yeah.
So like they're really intense. So like say like people will go vegan and be like, dude, I feel better than I ever have. It's like, yeah, you stopped eating processed food and your body basically started detoxing, and you started eating food that's like medicine. So it's like real intense, but it's not. This is my opinion, but like so like vegetables are good for like detoxing and in healing right? But I don't think that we're supposed to just like constantly consume the real intense food that like resets your body. You should like reset it and then satiate it with like I don't know. I could go on because really you need copper. They
That's
took all the
it.
copper out
Where
of the
do you
food
get
and
your
they put
meat?
real what?
Where do you get your meat?
Well, I just moved, so I'm actually going tomorrow to look for like a local source. But I try to get everything local. But well,
I
I'm
got
gonna say this as fast as I can, real fast. So like copper is super important for your body, and it's highly conductive, which is why Tesla was obsessed with. So you need copper with iron together to get the electromagnetic, because iron is highly magnetic, and then you need animal fat as the insulator, like a cord or a wire. So they stripped all the copper out of everyone's body, and then they started pumping fortified iron and synthetic mixed iron in all the food. So that's why women are typically healthier because they get so much of this excess synthetic iron out once a month when they bleed. But then they hit menopause, they start having a bunch of health problems because they just pumped all the synthetic iron, and then they started saying copper was toxic and pulling it out of the food. So it's kind of crazy because the animal fat is like the insulator, and then you need retinol for ATP energy in the mitochondria and all that crazy stuff. So long story short, I think we've kind of been deceived. And when I did try veganism pretty recently, a couple years ago or whatever, like I did have more energy. I felt better, but I realized like, well, I was just not eating that good before that. And my hiccup was, well, why is the mainstream propaganda telling me to be vegan? So maybe it's not the answer, right? But
Dude,
I don't want to start that debate.
dude,
What things do you consider?
straight up. My sister tried veganism, and it's not good for you. I'm just gonna tell you right now. And she was all fanatical about balancing all that garbage that they tell you to balance and shit. And she was getting all kinds of fucking rashes and pimples, and then going up and down in weight, fluctuating. And then the moment she switched to some shit, pescatarian or whatever. So a pescatarian eats like eggs,
Fish.
fish,
So,
milk,
yeah.
stuff like that. Basically like a normal person, but no meat. You can still eat fish. And then she's healthy now, dude. But when she was doing that
Yeah.
vegan shit, oh my god, dude, that was the most unhealthy I've ever seen her in her life. And she's
Because
Yeah.
never been.
you're not getting bioavailable copper. So like you have to have bioavailable copper, bro. It's like the biggest red pill I've taken in the last like couple weeks. It's so wild. The Nazis came over here. They were working on gene therapy in the 40s, and then they used nanotech as early as the 40s. And the nanotech needs fortified iron because of its magnetic properties. So they pulled the copper out so that your body can't make the ATP energy. And then, ironically, iron is red in the body, copper is blue, and inside the mitochondria, both of these things exist as like the electromagnetic conduit, and it's called the matrix inside of it. And they tell you take the red pill or the blue pill. You really want like the purple pill, but they in that movie, it's again just like the nanotech. It's the robots, and they're harvesting everyone's energy. And literally, what's happened is they pulled the copper out of everyone's matrix in their mitochondria, so they can't create the ATP energy, which is required for like the longest list of body functions that you'll ever read. So it's really kind of a rabbit hole, and it goes back to like the 40s. And for me, I'm like, I think animal based, like so raw milk, raw cheese, raw like just dairy products in general, yogurt, like honey, fruit, red meat that's grass fed and organic and not grain fed seems to be like in the right direction. I think that's what they definitely don't want you to do, because they don't want you consuming copper. It messes up the nanotech.
Yeah. Well, and like I just actually recently got some colloidal copper and take that. Oh, like because I what I heard, I don't know if this is true, but I heard somewhere that the zinc, when you take, like they were telling everybody to take zinc during like the COVID stuff, and apparently like the zinc actually depletes your body of copper, and like in order for you to absorb the zinc, the copper needs to like be accompanied with it to like for you to absorb the whatever you're taking. Like I don't know, because I always heard that it was like, oh, you got to take zinc with whatever, like if you're taking vitamin C, you're taking whatever to help your body absorb that. But I think like I also heard that you got to have the fat as the carrier oil also. So like you really want to do like a medley of like a little like cup with like some animal fat, a little bit of salt, like Celtic salt, and then your supplements, whatever your copper, zinc, whatever, magnesium, whatever you're trying to take.
You just
Like
described soup too.
Soup, yeah, right, yeah, like bone broth, like that's why bone because it has like so like But I also heard so that what you were saying about the nanotech reminded me of this old video I saw like 10 years ago. This dude who had Morgellons, who was which I think is like the early nanotech shit that they were like. I don't know if y'all remember like the chicken nuggets and stuff from McDonald's that had like little fibers in them when they like looked at it under the microscope or whatever. So apparently this dude like just glued magnets to like a couple of yardsticks and was like basically like rotating them around his like legs and arms, and like people would like come to him and like have these like weird issues with like shit coming out of their skin, and that when he did this like they would all come out of their skin basically. Um so it makes me wonder, like, damn, if we all got like some magnets and like, could we somehow detox your body from like or mess up the, whatever is in the nanotech shit, like with magnets? Like, could that be a thing? I don't know. I just had like a flashback from like this
Yeah,
video I
probably
saw.
because the iron is so magnetic. Like your
Yeah.
body does need iron, but it needs copper. Like the reason grass fed is so good is because it's like 2-to-1 copper to iron ratio. So like you need iron, but we have plenty. They try to tell you that almost everyone's short of iron. It's
Yeah,
such a
that
lie.
you're
Like
iron deficient if you like are anemic or whatever, like, but it's probably more copper deficiency than anything. Yeah, it makes
yeah,
more
they
sense.
changed the medical textbooks like in the mid 20th century to basically say copper was toxic, and
Well, and they
yeah,
They,
take
just
out
changed,
all
they
the
such.
changed
copper
it.
pipes.
Changed the oath as well, didn't they? Anyway, I was just going to say that you get sufficient amount of copper just from water going through your copper pipes.
But they don't have copper pipes here
Traditionally, but
anymore.
modern pipes are
Yeah,
obviously plastic.
yeah, they got rid of those copper pipes like fucking years ago for sure. Like, or just even drinking out of copper cups and stuff like that, like helps. But yeah, I think
And don't get me started on the
Yeah,
actual water that's coming into your house. But what's in that fucking Jesus?
they they use fucking PEX tubing now. I think it's called, like, it's this plastic tubing. It's not even.
yeah,
They used to use what from copper. Some people try to use like PVC after that, and then they moved to this like PEX system or something
I thought
because it's supposed to
PVC
be
was
easier.
maybe not.
No, well, it's not. It's like it's kind of flexible.
Wasn't there
It's not
some
quite.
metal in between though, like some sort of steel or something? They went from like copper to like some kind of metal, and then to PVC or like PEX or whatever. I thought PEX was more in like RVs and stuff. I know my RV had PEX piping and shit, but I don't know. I
Yeah,
thought that they
they're
were the
starting
same.
to use that in houses now.
Huh. Well, yeah, we should be collecting rainwater and trying to avoid the dude, like just my little foot bath thing that we do. Like I have this like, ionizing foot bath thing. When I use tap water, the water is like orange. Like it's crazy. We use rainwater and it's like clear. So clearly there's some serious shit in the tap water.
That reminded me about East Palestine, though. Now that we're talking about water, remember the campaign that they had going around to people's houses, drinking the fucking tap water, telling everybody how safe it was?
Yeah.
Like, dude, tap water, period, isn't freaking safe
I
to drink.
know,
Are you
like
kidding? Like,
nobody should ever be drinking the tap water, even before all of this. But I was convinced that they had like a pump under the sink. They're like just pumping up water, like it wasn't, you know what I mean? Or like I don't know. Maybe maybe tap water doesn't affect fucking robots or reptilians or whatever they are.
Wasn't that the water that turned the frogs gay?
They're
Turn the
already gay. The
freaking
politicians are already gay, so it doesn't matter if they've been drinking too much of the tap water.
turn the freaking frogs gay.
That song is still.
That remix song, yeah.
Yeah. I really
Ah,
like the folk version of it. Like it was all slowed down and like super like I don't know. Like they had like the techno version, then they had like the folky like bluegrass version. That was hilarious.
I like the techno version of that one.
Yeah.
The hairy legs one. The hairy legs one is good.
That's good stuff. All right, well, it's getting late. I gotta get my ass to bed. Thanks for listening to me go on and on forever. And yeah, y'all have a good night or day or whatever.
Night, love.
Bye.
Good night.
Yeah, I was just going to say in that Brave New World, that TV show I'm watching, it's they keep taking this stuff. Like every time anything's even remotely like they might feel something, they keep taking this like drug. I can't remember what it's called though. And they have sex, they have orgies. It's all about pleasure, but there's no mums and dads. Like it's all like well, if you probably read Brave New World, so most of you, I imagine. But
No.
they have a
Tell me
like
about the book. I only watch movies.
yeah. They have like people outside though who still live in the old way, and they call them savages, and they still have kids the traditional way, and they have all these superstitions, quote unquote. They believe these old stories and that kind of thing. They pray hard, and this new society is like, this is why Rotten Tomatoes, I reckon, gave it 40% because they don't want people seeing this TV show. Because everything that they introduce is leading us to that, and Aldous Huxley, he would have known that as well. Because
Is this something like really old, like Stanley Kubrick stuff, or is Brave New World something new?
yeah, the TV show is like 2020, so it's kind of new, but the book's really old.
Does the show compare to the book though?
No, the book's better, but it depends. You just said you're not into books, so the TV show's better.
The best I can get. Gotcha. I'll watch it.
Yeah, it's good. I'm about 5 episodes in, and I'm thinking this is a good show. But I was reading some of the comments because I do that sometimes. I just go on to just to see what the critics are saying about it, and they're like, "Oh, it's it's not. There's no imagination. It's not. A lot of criticism were basically that it weren't as good as the book. I don't know. It's limiting what they can do really with a TV show when com- trying to compare it to someone's imagination. But I think they did a good job of it.
I'm just curious what kind of storyline I'm gonna unveil.
It's what's interesting is they don't want to feel anything, but the idea is that they're always happy. There's no worry. There's no worry. There's no stress. There's no anytime they even come too close to feeling anything, they just take one of these pills, and then like I said, there's no mums and dads. And they show them conditioning the kids with these like rods, like almost like cattle prods, like to live a certain way, and total, as you can imagine, atheism. Just it's the way it's fucking going. To be honest, we're halfway there to Brave New World. Because I remember on 24/7, I kept talking about that, like I had a script in my head where, like you'd have these two sorts of people. Basically, the one person would be from the mouse experiment, they basically live in a bubble and they're very inoculated or whatever. I'm terrible at talking in code too. They're scared of everything. They're very soft, and then they go and meet the people who have been toiling, who are not a part of that system. They're outside of it, and the two people with say a century between them, you could really see the difference. Like the well, in Brave New World they call them savages. They'd have a big beard, say, and the hands would be rough, but they'd be healthy. They'd look very healthy as well. You know, they'd be fit as a butcher's dog. And I don't know, it'd be an interesting script, I think, for a movie, maybe.
You know, if I've seen it, I could give some feedback, but I'm gonna watch it. You know.
Yeah, well, I've only just really got back into TV, to be honest, and it's fun because I was like watching sci-fi shows and that. I'm trying to find some, and there's not really much out there. There's not much
Can I
out
ask
there.
you something?
Yeah, go for it.
How are you from Britain?
I am
Britannia.
from England.
Yes. Do you know? Are you kind of old?
You want to know the Queen?
No. Like,
Sorry, I'm joking.
I saw this TV show that was like around during the Vietnam War. It's called The Prisoner. Have you ever heard about it?
Maybe. I don't know. If it came out between 2015 and 2019 or something, or 20, no, well, I stopped watching TV for about 7 years. So if it came out between 15 and about 21-ish, then I probably haven't seen it.
This is from 1967.
Oh, well, that's a bit before my time. I might have seen it.
You know, the BBC, they make a lot of stuff that's very interesting.
I mean, they make a lot of bullshit too, though, you know, because they got to please everybody. So, well, you know, that's never going to work out, is it? British brainwashing corporation.
Yeah, well, they're in with the Americans, so.
And the funny thing is that they charge you have to pay a TV license to watch live television because I suppose the good bit about that is there's no adverts. There's no adverts on the BBC, like, you know, at commercial breaks, which is great, I suppose. But you have to pay a TV license to get indoctrinated, essentially. It's about £120 a year or something. So that's fun. Well, there's a lot of people that just stop paying it because if you don't watch live TV, then and the other thing is once the people come round to your house, all you really have to do is put a camera in the face. If you put a camera in the face, they just run away. I've seen, you can type in on YouTube, people come into their houses, look, you know, because they want to just hassle somebody. Like my mum. My mum will not give up the TV license. I'm saying to her, look, you don't have to pay it. Just put a camera in the face as soon as they come to the door. But she's, oh no, you know, it's just over. She don't want hassle. She don't want hassle of it. So, or the confrontation, whatever you want to call it.
It sounds extremely weird.
I imagine it sounds really weird to Americans. Like you have to pay.
I'm not American. I'm Dutch.
Well, I'm
Your
just
neighbor,
saying.
man. I'm across the channel, bro.
Imagine having to pay for a TV license. It's hilarious.
Well, the basic channels should
But
be free, right?
do they force you to pay it?
Yeah, if you watch live TV, so if you watch say Wimbledon, or yeah, if you watch live TV, basically that's how I think it is.
Like
I
any
mean,
regular show?
yeah, the way I look at it is, I mean, because they really come down on people, like really hassling people back in the day. But I think the secret's out now, so a lot of people have given up on it. They're like, no, fuck this, we're not paying for this. It's shit anyway. But they'd come to your house and they'd have like vans with aerials on, and like they could like hone in on the people who hadn't got a license, and they keep knocking on your door all the time and hassling folks. But from my understanding, if you stop paying it and you explain to them, like you send them a letter or whatever saying, look, we're not watching live TV anymore, they'll probably come round to your house and they might want to take your aerial off your roof or whatever. I just think it's funny that, especially today in the age of the internet, I don't know. Like, I gave up watching telly for 7 years or whatever it were, and I felt so much better as well. I don't know.
Andy,
Yo,
is that shit flat? Or is it round?
what is the
Heliocentric and that.
is the Earth flat or is it? I certainly don't think it's a pear, a wobbly pear covered in water in a vacuum. That doesn't. I don't think. I ain't seen any good evidence for that. Have you?
Well, it's the same if it were flat or round, I think.
It's the same. How is it the same?
Like, if you were living on a flat Earth, you were living in a vacuum, and if you were living on a round globe, you were living in a vacuum, right? Okay, no, they say they don't live in a vacuum on a globe. That's true.
Oh, I don't know what's outside, so I don't. I mean, I know there's people that claim that they do, and they tell us that, but I can't validate that for myself.
No, a friend of mine made a joke, like all these millionaires, the only thing they do right now is get to the bottom of the ocean and to the top of the dome, and then they die, you know, like that submarine that went down to the Titanic.
That's pretty dangerous going to the bottom of the ocean as well, isn't it? That were a bit dodgy, wasn't it? That whole submarine thing.
Yeah,
I
but
mean, just how much coverage it got. I mean,
what do you mean with coverage?
well, I mean, I've stopped sort of watching. Well, I hadn't stopped watching truther videos really, but I've cut it down. Let's say that. I've cut it down.
Truther is also broad
I've
spectrum, but
I've cut it down by about 75% probably. But that was just everywhere. That was on everything, wasn't it? That submarine thing.
yes.
It was controlled by a gamepad or something. I remember that detail.
You know, it was exactly
Was
the invasion
it
of
was
Ukraine.
just a distraction.
Exactly.
Yeah, of course.
It makes no sense how like viral it went, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It makes no sense. For what? Like,
you know how
people die every day. Why this couple people like are so important?
Exactly.
Makes no sense.
Well, it
But
does.
yeah.
You know, like it's like a magician. You know, like
Yeah.
you know how a
Yeah.
magician works. You
Look
know?
here, look here.
Exactly. You know that.
It's a spellcraft. That's why I always say, well, you know, like when because I've kind of made my peace with the agent. Well, sometimes I spurg out, but I started calling them magic circle minions. Like, you know, the people that are in these chats and a lot of people that come in these servers, I call them magic circle minions. It's a great name because, yeah, I mean,
And
did you?
who are you referring to?
Oh, I'm not going to get into that. I've made my peace with that a little bit, but basically,
You mean the Glovers?
well, when I first came into these servers, I was
Maybe.
convinced that the people, like I went in 24/7 and they'd get these people in, and they sounded terribly insincere. Well, everything they said, so some of them, most of them, everything that come out of the mouth was very contrived, and I just straight away, I'd be like, no, you're being dishonest. I can tell. And then it took me a while to realize that they're actually on both sides of this argument. That's the funny thing about it. They're on both sides. And so I made my peace with that a little bit. I was just like, okay, there's Masons, fellowship people, just on both sides, and I was like, okay, fair enough, fuck it. So
It's
I
not for
just,
no reason that all astronauts are Freemasons, right?
you are, dude?
It's not for no reason that all astronauts are Freemasons.
Oh, right, yeah.
And it's funny, you know, they get these people from all around the world, you know. Like we had a Dutch guy that went into space, it's also Freemason. Yeah, I don't know much about other countries. Mostly focus on my own, but that's all I know.
Like I say, I just made my peace with it, and I just realised there, and I'm happy. That's the thing is, I can talk about it, and I'm happy. I love talking about it. It's one of my favourite subjects, in fact. That last we're talking about Bill Cooper. I listened to a lot of Bill Cooper back in the day, and regardless of whether he's this or that, you know, he taught me a lot about secret societies, a heck of a lot, and what they get
Bill
up to.
Cooper, is that a
Yeah.
comedian that's like who they say is Alex Jones?
No, that's Bill Hicks.
Oh, who's Bill Cooper?
He's a patriot, an old boomer who got shot allegedly outside of his front door by the police. He used to do a show called Hour of the Time,
He
and
got away code.
well, yeah, basically. So that's kind of what made me look into him. But you know, it could be more games that they play, and it could well be that. Just as that girl was saying, she's got a point. But you know, I enjoyed listening to him because he might have been an old boomer, but he his number one thing was freedom, and you know, if you see the way the world's going, people have to speak out. People have to speak truth as well, because that's what happened to me like a few years back. Because I'd see it, you know, it was building up and building and building, and then we saw what happened, whatever it was, 3 or 4 years ago, and I was just like, "This is it. This is the straw that's broke the camel's back. You've got to speak out. You've
You're
absolutely,
making
or she complicit, in my opinion. Oh, you're a man.
Mhm.
You've got to speak out, dude.
Well, then, well, speaking out is another thing, you know. Like, I think it's good to speak out, you know. Share your library of knowledge, you know. Like, give people some, how you call it, when you leave an imprint and they start thinking about it, like the things you leave behind.
Have you read the Orlinda book, the OLB?
I know about it, but I have not read it.
I think that's where they found it, wasn't it? It's somebody.
Netherlands, yeah.
Yeah, the Netherlands had it. Yeah.
It's like one state or something, like one region of the Netherlands. That's like confined to the Oerlinda, Friesland.
Yeah. The Fryans, oh, dude, all that shit makes my fucking hair stand up on end. You know what I mean? It's like these are an honourable people. And Dutch, correct me if I'm wrong, at tallest people, aren't they as well? By I think, right?
Yes.
That or is that a factoid?
No, that's true. We got tall fuckers, man. When it was in like another country abroad, and like all the women were like almost down to my knees, you know. Like I fucking had to bend down as fuck, like shit. But yeah, like the length is really a thing, yeah.
Yeah, he said the Goths were like 6.5 feet on average. That was like an average height. So yeah, these were tall people, and of course we're told the opposite, that they
You
were
know,
tiny people back then.
the weird thing is, like, when you go to the north, like the north of Europe, or maybe even Canada, I think Canada has tall people. Like, if you go to the northern region of the world, there's tall people. But when you go down south, people start to get tall or something to get small.
Yeah, I always push this guy's content, the Asher logo. So you you got to watch his videos, man. He's he's done his research. I'll post one in the thing.
Research about what?
It's just about history.
It's just about history. Also about
Yeah.
World War II.
Oh no. Well, I'm just going to post one about the Orlinda book. So if you've never seen his content, just watch it. It's great.
Where do you post it? In text? Live stream?
Oh,
Gotcha.
I've got about 50 screenshots at least from his content and all. I've got loads on him. So good.
I'm intrigued. I watched like 3 seconds and it's vibing, man.
Yes, there's one of them. It's called what's it called? Shite. I'm gonna have to go and have a look now. It's called something like Priests to Dark Magicians or something like that. And that's one of my favorites to fall asleep to, because it's got these beautiful pipes that kick in after about 5 minutes.
Oh, you're one of those people that listens to that shit and then falls asleep.
Yeah, it's great. It's
I
called
I bet you also know John Levi or what's his
John
name?
Levy. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
called From Holy Men to Dark Magicians. It's so good.
Also from Asha Looks.
Yeah.
I saved it. Look into it. But first, I'm gonna watch Brave New World.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I always look for, like, because I've been looking for TV shows, sci-fi one. I watched that Dune, the new Dune, and people are hating on that. I thought it was pretty good. I know the new one's coming out, I think, in November. I think. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the second one. That's the movie, it's not a TV show. But yeah, it's TV shows are a bit funny, aren't they? Because I don't know, especially sci-fi. I don't. It's just there's a lot of shit.
I do
Like,
agree. Like my interest goes to sci-fi, but it has to have a good plot line. Else, I'm not watching. Like, I watch anything that's a good plot line, but else I'm not watching.
yeah, like that. There's this new one out called The Wheel of Time, and I literally watched the opening 1 minute, maybe 2 minutes. Not even that, and it were like these. I don't even know how to. It just looked like hyper feminism, like fucking on steroids. Just the most retarded opening I've ever seen of a show, and I was like, delete. I just stopped watching it. Not that we don't love the ladies. We love the ladies. We love you, ladies. But you just got to know your place.
Yeah, I'm not gonna talk this subject.
I was watching Eric DeBay's latest interview. And he's talking to this.
Interview.
Well, he's talking to this chick who's like a psychologist. So I've always enjoyed that subject.
Is
And
that on this channel?
yeah, I'll post that as well if you want. I mentioned this before. She was in a conference or something, and she said something along the lines of, "What women really want is a man to take control of them, and to make to have good discernment and be able to make good decisions for them both." And there were like a hush came over the room. She said, and she said you could almost feel that she's saying the thing we're not supposed to say because it's not, it's not PC. It doesn't go with today's how the fucking brainwashing, basically. But it's what they feel inside. But they're not allowed to say that. And like every movie, well, why it's always kick-ass women, isn't it? And women kicking the shit out of men and shit. Oh man, men have just been cooked.
Why do British people use so much slang language?
Well, yeah, it's a retarded language. I'll give you that.
I love British bruv.
Bruv.
Enid.
I think I posted that interview I did in general chat.
Yeah, it must be recent. Wait, did you put it on a timestamp on purpose?
No.
Okay.
One bit I found interesting in this interview was that they were talking about how women will generally they'll like it's funny because it reminds me of Loggy. He'd always say how he has this warped version of fucking all women are evil and this all
Nah,
stupid shit. Yeah, but
nah,
they
Andy,
went
man. No, not all evil. Not
no
all
no
women
no
are
come on I
evil.
know
But you know, you have to know how to tame the bitch, you know?
yeah no but he just says some of this fucking he's like king of the trolls. He says some of the stupidest things. Anyway, I shouldn't talk about him. He's not here. But anyway, the point is that they
Good.
put it in a good way where they were saying like women will generally test a man, right? And Eric himself called it the shit test, which is great. That's a great name. They give
Wait,
they give the
did the men need to be get tested?
yeah the woman will shit test the man. In other words, test his manliness.
I thought it was the other way around, you know? Like, if you're looking for a woman, right? Like, you're the one picking, right? Like, usually... maybe I should not continue about this.
No, it's an important subject because, especially in today's realm, it was really good the way they broke it down because this happened to me a long time ago with the shit test I got was we went to Las Vegas and I failed that test fucking miserably. And it's so weird because at the time I actually knew it. I knew it in my head. I knew it in my head that was a test. I remember sort of contemplating that it was a test in a weird sort of way, not in the way these two excellently break it down, but I had that feeling, and I also had that feeling that I'd failed miserably, and this girl, rightfully so, was already losing mad respect for me, and that was the straw that broke the camel's back. That
She lost mad respect on the
she
camel's
put
back.
yeah, she had absolutely no respect for me whatsoever after that. That's what the shit test's all about, dude.
I still don't fully understand the shit test.
Well, I think everybody else is getting it. Maybe there's a language barrier though for you.
I'm fucking wasted, man.
High as a kite.
Something along those lines. Geo is like, why did I unmute this guy? Hey, 300 Spartan.
Hello.
Hello,
How are you doing?
how are you doing?
I'm doing well. I saw the ISS go overhead earlier this evening.
How are you doing?
There can only be one Joey, okay? Let's be clear. I'm joking. Matthew, you got your telescope out?
No, the ISS when it goes over is the brightest thing in the sky. You don't even need a telescope. But I'm in the middle of LA County, so even though it's hardly any stars out, you can still see that. I guess I should rephrase. To be fair, NASA did some globe math and predicted that the ISS would go overhead. And so when I went outside, I saw a bright light going across the sky at the same time that they predicted.
You know, I feel like we are like, what is it, 80 years behind schedule on technology. So like, we're really downgraded from what the military really has. So there's things up in the sky that can be just anti-gravity satellites or something, you know. Just fucking float up there. Geostationary shit, just like a shit-ass satellite would.
Have you heard about the lunar wave on the moon?
You mean if you zoom in on it, you can kind of see like turbulence when you look close?
It's like a literal wave, and it scans from the bottom up, You know, kind of like how when a camera records a CRT, like the old school TVs and monitors, if they were out of sync, you'd see the scan from top to bottom going down the screen. You know.
Yeah, so you'd see the same thing if you do a video recording of the moon, you say?
Well, how like it scanned from top to bottom, but it was in reverse. It was from bottom to top, and it went real slow, and it was like a wave.
Yeah, I
Probably
guess
easy.
it probably depends on which camera you're using as to which way the wave goes, right? Because it's an artifact of the camera you're using.
Right. I get what you're saying. Like, if it happened all the time, I could see that. Yeah. But why would it only occur in short bursts? Like, it doesn't happen all the time. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, who knows? It depends on the camera. It depends on maybe the atmosphere and the turbulence of the atmosphere. Those kinds of things would be my guess.
It's a shame we can't stream here. I would just stream it and show you the clip what I'm talking about. Or
I think I've
clips,
seen
because
it.
there's
I mean,
several of them.
yeah, I think I've seen those clips, but again, I think that they're artifacts of the recording or compression process or something like that. So, in other words, if you were to look at the moon with your own eyes through a telescope, you would never see it.
Optics?
I guess you just have to, because you would have to get a telescope and spend 8 hours a night, every night, day after day, and eventually it'd be pretty hard to spot. But if you did, the optical eyepiece without using a camera and just watch it, I guess that'd be the only really way to, prove it for yourself, rather than the camera being a middleman and it being able to be flawed. You know what I mean?
So, you're saying that cameras provide a perfectly good explanation for what causes that wave. But if you wanted to try and say that it's something else, you'd have to spend hours and hours looking for it to see if it was something else, even though nobody has ever reported seeing that through an optical telescope before. But why wouldn't you just say that the camera is the explanation for it? Seems like the simpler, easier answer for what's going on.
Why would I say that if I didn't know for sure?
Based on the evidence that cameras do that, and it looks the same as a camera artifact from other videos where we know it was a camera artifact.
I can't think of seeing that on any other video.
I thought you just said
Actually.
it's like I thought you just said it's like those VHS tapes that we were used to.
No,
seeing.
I was just making an example, or I was just trying to find a way to convey like what I was talking about.
Yeah, so when you have scanning of video feeds, that kind of artifact happens. So that kind of thing happened a lot more often with VHS tapes, just because you know, it's older technology, but we use the same kind of scanning video for modern cameras. And so all I'm saying is that it seems like it's a well-explained phenomenon with scanning cameras.
Well, CRT monitors and TVs, they scan top to bottom.
Right,
But,
TVs and TV
but
cameras.
cameras, they display one image completely, and then the next frame, and then the next frame. It doesn't actually
You're talking
scan
about
top to bottom.
You're talking about physical film cameras and also physical film projectors. These days we use digital cameras that do the same thing as the CRT monitors. I don't think there's ever been any examples of that artifact happening if you take a physical film, like 16 millimeter, 70 millimeter film camera, and film the moon.
parking lot. So it's like that's how you know there's rules. You can't just do that. You know what I'm saying? Unless you have some kind of energy source to or to be able to do that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's what I'm saying. There's laws. AI intelligence will be able to figure out how to get this bottle to the bottom of the hill somehow, some way, because that's how smart they are. And that's
Bro, look at
that. That's the
all these
trippy
movies,
part
bro.
to it. In time,
Look at all these movies that are free with. In Time was good, actually. Yeah. This
I
was
did
actually,
93. What's that? What's that, bro? Is there a?
I don't know. There's no preview now.
Oh, whoa! There's a preview.
No, that's the movie behind it starting.
Yeah, you can just fucking watch the preview, huh?
No, this is the movie. The other.
Oh, fuck. Fuck that. Said, where are these fucking pussies?
They're fucking making
Yeah. Yeah, where's Kosho at? Like, fuck. Kosh. Kosh.
The Gobbler. Oh,
I graduated because
Gosh.
studios. There ain't no one online.
Why so serious?
Oh, well.
Hello. Hello. Nobody's talking.